We begin with Sir Andy Roberts, better known as the Hitman, considered the father of modern West Indies fast bowling. Sir Andy was the first to play Test cricket for the West Indies and was inducted into the ICC Hall of Fame in 2009. The former Great Pakistan captain and all-rounder Imran Khan described a ball bowled to him by Sir Andy as the fastest and most terrifying he had ever faced. Sir Andy Roberts has also served as West Indies Cricket Board selector in 2009, and of course, after his playing days, contributed to West Indies cricket as an administrator, overseeing the preparation of the pitches at the Antigua Recreation Ground, where Brian Lara twice broke the world record for the highest Test scores. It's important for us to hear and receive the perspectives coming from those who we will consider West Indies cricket greats. Ladies and gentlemen, let's listen in now to Sir Andy Roberts.
I would like to send my regrets to Dr. Rowley and all those who are present at this symposium. I'm very sorry I won't be able to be there in person, and some of the things that I would like to say, I would like to say them in front of everybody instead of in front of a camera. You all know that sometimes tend to be a little controversial, but people must look at some controversial things and read from what the individual is saying. Well, I feel it's about 25, 30 years late. These things should have happened over the years. I think that West Indies Cricket Board has allowed a generation of great players, from the 70s up to the early 90s, 2000s, to go by without having consultation between the former players and the current players. I think we made a lot of mistakes over the years. So I hope that this is something that we can move forward with. Younger players need to know what drives the great players of the past. And we have had great players, but we never made use of the great players. I hope this is a way forward, and with Dr. Rowley's intervention, that he could drive the way to younger prime ministers around the region to make sure that West Indies cricket never fall to the depth that it has gone the last few years. Well, I hope they have a number of current and future players at this consultation, because the messages must move forward. The cricket committee should consist of cricketers. You have the administrators, yes, but the cricketers must be the ones who lead the cricket committee. And that is what I want to come out of this meeting. There are things that they must learn, and there are things that they must adhere to. And this is not a one-man band. Cricket is not a one-man game. It's a team sport. So if you go to a consultation, you must benefit from the consultation. Over the years, West Indies cricket has been one of the, along with the university, the only thing that keep West Indians together. We have gone away from that the last 20, 25, 30 years. It's time for us to get back into West Indies cricket, and not Antigua cricket, Jamaica cricket, Barbados cricket, West Indies cricket. We need to learn from each country. Each country has a different formula for success, but I don't think West Indies cricket has a formula for success over the years. I see no reason why we cannot go back. We need to learn from West Indies cricket of the past, find out what these players did in the past that made them so great. And they played as a unit. Nobody knew who was from Barbados, who was from Trinidad. All they say West Indies. And that's what the song says, rally around the West Indies. So let's hope that we can go back to rallying around West Indies again. West Indies cricket started from 1928. So we have a lot of history to go back and revisit. And I think, in talking to Dr. Rowley, I think he has the passion to try to drive CARICOM, to make West Indies cricket a success in the future. We need to get cricket back into the schools. That's where it all started, and that's where we should go back to. Thank you for having me virtually. I'm sorry that I could not be, in Trinidad for the symposium, but at least Dr. Rowley saw it fit to get some advice. I don't know whether they would accept some of my advice, yes or no, but I think that if you love West Indies cricket, you've got to listen to every stakeholder in West Indies cricket. The players, the media, the pundits, the critics, and everybody. That's the only way that West Indies cricket is going to raise its head again. Everybody have advice. You don't listen to all the advice, but you take hint from some of the advice. Thank you for having me, and I hope I make some sense. And you know, from this symposium, they can try to see what they can gather from what we have to say.
Thank you, Sir Andy Roberts. You made a lot of sense. Thank you. We move now to Sir Vivian Alexander Isaac Richards, an Antiguan retired cricketer who represented the West Indies between 1974 and 1991. Batting generally at number 3 in a dominant West Indies side, Richards is widely regarded as one of the greatest batsmen of all time. He was part of the West Indies team that won the World Cup in 1975 and 1979. He was knighted for his contribution to cricket in 1999, and in 2000, he was voted one of Wisden's 5 cricketers of the century by a 100-member panel of cricket experts. In October of 2013, Wisden selected the best team across 150 years of Test history and slotted Sir Viv at number 3. He was only one of 2 batsmen of the post-war era, alongside Sachin Tendulkar, who to feature in that team, a remarkable achievement indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, I present another legend to share his perspective on West Indies cricket, Sir Vivian Richards.
This is a great opportunity for me to send kudos to Dr. Kieron Pollard, President of the West Indies Cricket Board, Kishore Shallow, for bringing together the minds, in my opinion, which can help to improve the product, a great product which we have here in the region, which we all know and called West Indies cricket. It is a legacy, in my opinion, where that's concerned, and to gather the minds and to have each and every one at this particular symposium to try and see what can be best to help in the improvement of a product which we so dearly enjoy and love and appreciate. To all the delegates and all who will be present, let me wish you the best and hope that we may find some little inroads to what can be the best moving forward for the game that we all appreciate and love, and for the fans themselves, that they may see at some point in the future why we love West Indies cricket. The last time that I would have had a chat with Dr. Kieron Pollard, is an individual that whenever the opportunity we'd have a game of golf here and there. He was always very passionate about things that can be of improvement to West Indies cricket and where we need to go as a cricketing nation. This whole gathering of the minds, obviously with the president of the West Indies Cricket Board, Mr. Kishore Shallow as well, and all the other delegates who, I know for sure, some individuals who will be present and maybe doing their stuff virtually as well. Let me say a big hello to you all and hope that we may find some ways, as I said earlier, for us to get some satisfaction on a product which we appreciate so much. We may find a solution. What I know for sure, whenever I would have met with Dr. Kieron Pollard, the things that he spoke about, and I know for sure he'll be bringing them to some of the stuff to the table. He most certainly for sure is one, in my opinion, who would have had a better understanding of West Indies cricket than most of the leaders in the region. I know for sure also that Dr. Keith Mitchell, he is also a great fan of West Indies cricket, and I've always shown his concern on the things that maybe can be improved in future. So I know for sure that this whole symposium, in my mind, is in good hands with people who will be able to bring something that is solid and positive to help in the improvement of West Indies cricket. We know that there's also a lot of competition with a lot of the T20 tournaments that's played around the world. How we can entice our players to stay at home a bit more, things that are of interest to them as well, things that could help them not to partake in some of the tournaments around the world, but show a little bit more interest in what's happening in their backyard. And I know for sure that's going to take a partnership. And I'm certain that this symposium would be able to bring discussions like that out. There are people who honestly care about West Indies cricket and where they would like to see it in the future. And I think that when you have meetings like this, symposium on a whole, it does give you, it does bring discussions out. And as I said earlier, I'm just hoping that we can find the solutions, be honest about things that is seriously affecting West Indies cricket and how we can move forward. Our West Indies cricket, in my opinion, have always been the stable force on how we think and the way we move as West Indian people. I remember, if I can maybe turn back the clock, that during our playing days when we had success, it's amazing, the region was a much happier region. And I know for sure that sports can play a huge part in the development of countries and islands. And we've got to find some solutions. I believe we touch on the points that's really affected where we can go and where we cannot. What I know is that the discussions that I would most certainly would have had with Dr. Keith Rowley, I know for sure he will bring in purposeful discussions to this particular symposium. He's going to try and get to a point where we can see some changes in the future. And I'm hoping that this meeting, with all the luck in the world and everything that it needs for this to happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you to Sir Viv Richards. Michael Anthony Holding is a former Jamaican and West Indies cricketer, widely regarded as one of the greatest fast bowlers in cricket history. He was nicknamed Whispering Death due to his silent, light-footed run-up to the bowling crease. Michael Holding was a key member of the West Indies team that won the 1979 Cricket World Cup, capturing the most wickets for his team during that tournament. Earlier in his Test career, in fact in 1976, Holding broke the record for the best bowling figures in a Test match by a West Indies bowler, with 14 wickets for 149 runs during a record that still stands today. Michael Holding played 6-day Test matches, 102 one-day internationals for the West Indies, and during his career he took 249 Test wickets and 142 ODI wickets. He's also written 2 autobiographies, the first of which, Whispering Death, was published in 1988 before he retired, and the second, No Holding Back, in 2010. After his playing days, Michael Holding started a career in cricket commentary, which spanned for some 34 years before he retired from commentating in 2022. He is joining us virtually this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, a great West Indian legend, Mr. Michael Holding. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Master of Ceremonies. Thank you very much. And as protocols have already been observed, I'd just like to say good morning to everyone that is attending at the Hyatt this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, forgive me if I seem to be rambling a little bit at times because I haven't got anything written down. I have a few notes in front of me, yes, but I haven't got a written speech, and there are a few things that I want to touch on. I don't want to take too long because I know time is of the essence. But couple of things I think are very important when we look at West Indies cricket and where we want, how we're going to go forward. Dr. Kishore, president of the board, made mention of something that I wrote in one of my books that talk about the incompetence of the board. Yes, I still agree with that sentiment, but at the same time, I don't want to blame the board for everything that is going on and that has happened with West Indies cricket. We have a former prime minister in Jamaica that said something way back in the 80s. I must say that I was not a fan of the gentleman, but it stood with me, and I still remember what he said, that it takes cash to care. That's a very profound statement that has echoed throughout the world with different aspects of life. And what we need to recognize in the Caribbean, that we need cash to care. We are cursing cricketers at the moment for not making themselves available to the West Indies Cricket Board to play in a lot of our tournaments and a lot of our series around the world. But we have to recognize that cricket today, perhaps not 50, 60 years ago, but it is a career and a living today. And cricketers, sports people in general, do not have a long time at their sport or their professions in whatever sport they are taking part in. So they have got to maximize their earnings. While they're playing this sport, they're not going to university, they're not learning a trade, they are just playing this sport and working hard at this sport. And at the end of them playing this sport, they can't now start a new career. So they have got to maximize their earnings and make sure that they are fairly comfortable, or as comfortable as they possibly can be when their career ends. So I'm not going to blame cricketers for running away to be playing in these multi-million-dollar 2020 leagues around the world. Everybody knows I'm not a fan of 2020, but I cannot blame cricketers for wanting to maximize their earnings. I want people to remember, in our glory days, yes, we keep on talking about our team of 70s and 80s, and I'm not going to be calling names. We all know who they were. A couple of them spoke already. Some of them are in attendance in the auditorium. A lot of us went down and played CARICOM cricket. Why? Because CARICOM was paying a lot of money those days. When I was told how much money I was getting, I thought it was madness. There's no way they're going to be playing cricket at that sort of money. Compared to what is happening today, it's peanuts. But those days, it was a lot of money. And we went. And people understood at the time. We weren't away for a long time, a couple of years, and we were back in the fold of West Indies cricket. But people understood at the time exactly what was happening. So we need to understand today what is happening with our youngsters in our cricket when they run after playing these 2020 tournaments and sometimes are not available for West Indies cricket. We have players in the region. We have not run out of talent in the region. I hear people overseas. I used to do a lot of work overseas. You hear people in the overseas, West Indies no longer have any talent. They no longer have people that will become great cricketers. That is obviously not true. Look at the 2020 tournaments around the world, how many West Indians are playing in them and doing well. Look at the IPL in particular, one of the biggest tournaments, or the biggest tournament in the world of that caliber of cricket anyway. How many West Indians are there and doing well? So we have the talent. It is upon us now to make sure we can keep that talent. Or if we can't keep them, at least get them to be playing the majority of our cricket. And how do we do that? Again, I go back, it takes cash to care. We have to make sure that the ICC understand that the way that they're sharing the pot, all this money that the ICC is making from their regional tournaments around the world, the way that money is being shared is not sustainable to the younger, not younger in terms of years, but younger in terms of population. As the Prime Minister Rowley said, we have a very small population, and of course, younger in terms of money available to that small population. We cannot be getting 1/5 of what one of the richest nations in the world is getting. That doesn't make sense. And we have got to be able to sit down with the ICC and reason with them as to how we can share more in that pot. Let's get to the incompetence now of the board. As I said, I'm not going to shy away from that. I believe that they can do a much better job. They too have to go about seeking sponsors. Now, how do you seek sponsors? You have got to have a product on the field. And if you can get the players to play, that product will improve. That sponsors will be attracted, but at the same time, those sponsors need to be assured that they are getting involved in something that they can be happy and proud of their products being associated with. Now, the West Indies Cricket Board, people keep on referring to it as Cricket West Indies. I old school, so I say the West Indies Cricket Board needs to make sure that the world, the sponsors, everyone, the players have faith in what they are doing. They have got to have faith in the people that are running the game. They have got to have faith that whatever is happening at board level is transparent and everyone can see that everything is going in the right direction. I'll make a few state a few examples here that I'm talking about. Cash is important. We cannot waste the money that we are getting, the small bits of money that we are getting now. We want to attract more sponsors, yes. But the bit of money that we have at the moment, we cannot waste it. And I'm sorry to have to touch on this, but what is happening within the West Indies Cricket Board and with some of the regional boards just cannot work as far as transparency is concerned. I was fortunate, or some people might say unfortunate, to set eyes on one of the most recent audits that was done of the West Indies Cricket Board. And when I read that report, I can't say I was shocked because I heard so many stories, but I was depressed. When I read that report and I saw instances of what some may say are indiscretions, some may go beyond that and say questionable financial transactions, some may go, and it was stated in the report, about alleged fraud. It is evident from the report that things took place that should not have taken place. But what has been done? What did anyone who came in and saw it do? Nothing. Just recently, I saw a report about something happening in the Trinidad and Tobago board. Somebody went in, saw discrepancies, and reported it, and that person was sidelined. Come on, folks. We have to face things like that and do the right thing. People will say, oh, you don't want to wash your dirty laundry in the public. You don't have to wash your dirty laundry in the public if there's no dirty laundry. You have got to make examples of people and things that happen so to make sure that things don't continue. And unless we are able to do that, it will not change. We're just moving from one administration to another under the same system, the same lack of transparency. The same things keep on happening over and over. And someone said, some genius said many years ago, if you keep on doing the same thing over and over and hoping for a different result, it's a sign of madness. What we are doing in the Caribbean is madness. We need to clean up our act. And on the topic of the West Indies Cricket Board and incompetence, let me give you a story. I won't take long. I was involved with one of the sponsors, an old sponsor of West Indies Cricket Board, Diageo. And they did this campaign. Sir Viv and myself were involved. We did this campaign about walking to the ground because Johnny Walker whiskey was one of the products. And walking to the cricket grounds. I did this walk in Trinidad with Sir Viv and we got to the ground. We did the promotion in the morning. And I am driving back to the hotel in the bus with the Diageo folks. And a gentleman by the name of Richard, an English gentleman who was the liaison officer between Diageo and the West Indies Cricket Board, came to me at the back of the bus. I was sitting at the back of the bus on my own. Came to me at the back of the bus and showed me an accreditation printed for one of the gentlemen from Diageo. Printed and given to him by someone from the West Indies Cricket Board. Now we're talking about Johnny Walker. And Johnny Walker was spelled Johnnny. Come on, folks. You have a sponsor putting thousands and thousands of dollars into your product, and you cannot even spell the sponsor's name correctly. I'm getting emotional about this thing. It hurts me. We need to look after the sponsors because they are the ones who bring their money We need to make sure that they are happy and confident that their funds are being spent correctly, that someone isn't siphoning it off, as we have seen. And that way we have a better chance of looking after our cricketers. If there is no cricket on the ground, all this love that Jack Callis and people around the world have for West Indies cricket, it will not last unless we are producing on the cricket field. No one is going to love West Indies cricket for the name West Indies cricket. They loved West Indies cricket for what we produced. Going back to Sir Larry Constantine, right through the doubles and Sir Viv and current cricketers. That is what they loved, not just the name West Indies cricket. So if we cannot produce on the field, we will soon die. Unless everybody's going to be happy with just having 2020 cricket and there's no true West Indies test cricket and all that. If that is the way everyone is happy with, so be it. But I'm too old for that. I'm 70 years old. I can't adjust to that. So folks, as I said, I'm not going to take too long. I just want to express my feelings about what's happening and what I think has to happen in regards to the West Indies Cricket Board and our players. Our players matter. And do not be upset with them trying to look after their future. This is not the first time I've been involved in a conference like this about West Indies cricket. Dr. Keith Mitchell knows that I was invited to one when he was chairman before, and I attended virtually again. And I asked the question at the beginning, and I'll ask it again now. Prime Minister Mia made mention of having concrete recommendations at the end of this. And I said to Dr. Mitchell at the time, what power has this committee got over the board to make sure that the recommendations are implemented? I did not get a really solid answer. I'm hoping that this time around, whatever concrete recommendations are made, that we have some way of making sure the board implements them. I've heard about the PGA Patterson report, the Don Webber report, the Charles Wilkin report, and the board will keep on saying, oh, we have implemented a lot of them. But a lot of them don't mean that they have implemented all and the right ones. When I speak, sometimes I like to make analogies. And the analogy I'll make in that regard is like having a wedding. And you arrange everything, you know, all the tables, whatever, the flowers, the bride and groom are well dressed and whatever. You have the people with the rings. But then you don't bother with a pastor. That is what the West Indies Cricket Board is doing. They are implementing things that suit the individual directors, but not implementing the most important things. And one of those important things is governance, the governance structure. I hear Dr. Shallow say that he tried to impress upon this current board of directors the importance of restructuring, and he got nowhere. Well, we have got to bring pressure to bear. If Dr. Shallow, the president, can't do it, and I know other presidents before have tried, if they can't do it, we have got to bring outside pressure. And the prime ministers of this region have got to understand that they can use their pressure. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me the few minutes. And I can only wish everyone the best of luck with this conference and that we can get some recommendations and, of course, that the recommendations will be implemented. Thank you very much.
Down to the boundary for 4, Michael Holding. Thank you for your contribution this morning and for joining us live for this contribution. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, in this segment, Kieron Pollard is a former Trinidad and Tobago and West Indies white ball format cricket captain. He's widely regarded as a limited overs specialist through his canvassing in T20 leagues franchise cricket around the world. Kieron has represented the West Indies in 123 one-day internationals and 101 T20 games. He has represented various franchise teams in T20, T10 leagues during his career, the most notable being with the Mumbai Indians franchise in the India Premier League from 2010 to present, and from 2010 to 2022 as a big-name player, and from 2023 to present as the Mumbai Indians batting coach. Polly, as he's affectionately called in the cricketing world, has also represented the Barbados Tridents, the St. Lucia Zooks, and now the Trinbago Knight Riders in the Caribbean Premier League CPL. He has played a total of 660 T20 games around the globe and continues to be a force to be reckoned with as a big-hitting batsman. Ladies and gentlemen, the contribution now from cricket legend Kieron Pollard.
Good day to you all. I'm Kieron Pollard. Firstly, let me apologize for my absence. Normally, I would have welcomed the opportunity to be with you in person, because the very fact that all of you are together in Trinidad shows the level of support and desire for West Indies cricket to be as strong and dominant as it can be. As a former West Indies captain and current franchise cricketer around the world, I feel I'm in the eye of the storm with respect to the rapid change to the game of cricket as you know it. By that, I mean I can see there are a lot of different stakeholders around the world and many different agendas and priorities. The challenge for us is to understand the relevance of the different formats and where we fit in within the global cricket landscape from an international, franchise and domestic cricket perspective. We know that for a strong West Indies team to excel and be dominant on the world stage, we need opportunities for young players. We need a strong domestic structure, and we need the necessary skills, expertise and guidance around these players and also the coaches as they develop. Understandably, the ICC, in conjunction with all cricketing governing bodies around the world, will dictate our schedule in the short and medium term. But there has never been more exciting time to be a cricketer, male or female, in my opinion. How we capitalize on this tremendous growth and the upward trajectory and to ensure West Indies dominance as well as the relevance around the world is the very reason you all are together. Cricket is just not about watching West Indies. It puts us on the map. It impacts businesses and economies, and it generates a feel-good factor. Cricket unites us. It has always done and will continue to do so. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard from legends of cricket across the Caribbean and their contributions, whether virtual and those that were recorded. We thank each of them for their contributions thus far. More to come, but we'll spare those for a bit later on in our program. We now move to the Cricket West Indies Strategic Plan presentation. I invite to deliver the presentation the Business Planning Manager of Cricket West Indies. Would you please welcome Mr. Linford Inverary.
All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an absolute pleasure to be here before you. This is a very unique and welcomed opportunity for us at Cricket West Indies to share our plans over the next 4 years. So if you would just indulge with me for a few minutes to go into our strategic plan, which is titled The Long Run, which is a strategic plan for elevating West Indies cricket. Earlier in today's presentations, the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Rowley, the Honorable Prime Minister, Mia Motley, as well as my President, Dr. Kishore Shallow, would have spoken about the unifying power of West Indies cricket. We saw a very emotional and very moving presentation from the legendary Michael Holding. I think at this point in time, if anyone was to doubt the unifying power of West Indies cricket, they need to do nothing more than look around this room where prime ministers, ministers of government, top executives, all types of important stakeholders, including our legends, have taken the time for 2 days to be here to discuss this beautiful, powerful thing that is West Indies cricket. Ladies and gentlemen, please give yourselves a round of applause. So in terms of our strategic plan, the meat of the matter, some people may ask, why the long run? When you hear the term the long run, some of the things that come to mind are long-term. Expressions like Rome wasn't built in a day. You think about sustainability. At the same time, it has a dual meaning. For the cricket connoisseurs, you would know that when a fast bowler is on their long run-up, in that moment, they're putting all of their energy, all of their focus and dedication into achieving that goal in the moment, that prized wicket. Similarly, we're in this long run umbrella, we're expressing our enduring commitment. We're showing that we have a strategic vision. We're also acknowledging the fact that our actions must be purposeful and that we should have clear goals for the future. At the same time, we acknowledge the fact that we need to take calculated steps if we are going to be successful for the future. So that is why the long run is being used as the theme of our strategic plan. These are just some of the comments. We had several engagements with a lot of our stakeholders, and these are just some of the comments that they have expressed in terms of their interpretation of the long run. I also want to pause at this moment to say that the ethos of our strategic planning process has been one of inclusivity, one of innovation, and also one of flexibility. Innovation because we acknowledge the fact that the problems that we face they require so much out-of-the-box thinking that if we're to do the same things over and over, we won't achieve the results that we want. In terms of flexibility, COVID has taught us that, and taught each and every one of us that you can make your plans, but unless you're agile enough and flexible enough to adapt, then you're basically stuck out there, out in water. In terms of our purpose, and I have to recognize my CEO, Mr. Johnny Grave, in terms of our purpose. He has been a strong advocate for making sure that Cricket West Indies and West Indies cricket, for as important as it is, we saw tears from the great man, Mr. Michael Holding. That is symbolic of exactly what West Indies cricket means to people. And we need to capture the type of importance that West Indies cricket represents. So in doing so, the purpose we've come up with is to inspire, empower, and unite the people of West Indies, of the West Indies, through cricket. That is a purpose that is going to resonate with millions of people around the world and also convey the importance of Cricket West Indies and, more importantly, West Indies cricket. Our vision, an ambitious one, but one that is achievable. To be a leader in international sport, inspiring generations of West Indians through winning teams. I spoke about being inclusive. Throughout this strategic planning process, we have engaged umpires, we've engaged our players, our head coaches, our staff, our directors, groundsmen, and groundswomen as well. In a consultation with the head coach, the red ball head coach, Mr. Andrew Coley, who was sitting right there, he said, Linford, we have to make sure that we include the word winning, because at the end of the day, winning is what we want to do. Our mission, to grow, promote, and guide the development of cricket in the West Indies, in communities of the West Indies. In terms of our core values often sometimes get diminished to just being words on a wall. In this strategic plan, our core values are extremely important pillars. They're going to be our North Star, which we look to every time we need to guide the direction of what we need to do in the organization. So core values are not simply just words on a wall. We're going to embrace the core values to ensure that we get to achieve every single thing in this plan, inspire our people, motivate our people, as well as direct our efforts towards that purpose, that vision, and that mission that I would have spoken to earlier. In terms of the core values, I'll quickly talk through them. In terms of accountability, I believe that there's been a sense from the public that they would like Cricket West Indies to be more accountable and more transparent. That is why we welcome the opportunity to come in here today and share our strategic plan with the stakeholders. In terms of excellence, I don't need to say much about that. In terms of our on and off the field, we want to be excellent and to be world class. I want to draw your attention to the word innovation. The feeling is that when you have a lot of problems and you don't have a lot of money, Mr. Holding, I keep referring to his very moving speech. He said you need cash to care. When you don't have cash, you need to be innovative. When you have a lot of cash, you have a lot of problems, you throw the cash at the problems, and, job done. In terms of integrity, the straightforward one, and respect. I want to draw the attention to the core value of unity, embracing the idea that it takes a village. Many different stakeholders in this room today, with the responsibility on all of us to come together, to unite, in order to fix the challenges that face West Indies cricket, because it's all about teamwork. In terms of our strategic framework, the last strategic plan that we had, we realized that the areas where we saw the most progress, areas like the CCG, areas like coaching education, our digital growth over the years, those are the areas that we invested the human resources, financial resources, as well as IT. So what we're doing is we're learning from that, and we're going to make sure that every single strategic pillar in this plan has the human resources, financial resources in terms of budgets, and the information technology to support it, acknowledging that technology is an enabler of the strategic plan. The meat of the matter now, our 6 strategic pillars. Much has been said about governance. We at Cricket West Indies, we acknowledge that we need to improve and evolve the organization from a governance perspective. That is why it is intentional here that governance is at the bottom of this pyramid as a foundation, the bedrock of what we want to achieve strategically. Linked to that is finance and funds. We want to make sure that our funds are engaged, that we have the type of commercial and financial sustainability. The issue of money comes up again. We need that in order to fuel our cricket system, which is rightly placed at the top. And that pillar is broken down into elite and high performance, cricket development and participation, acknowledging that they are competing sports, acknowledging that we need to get more people involved in the game of cricket. Thirdly, in the cricket umbrella is facilities and infrastructure. We need to have world-class pitches, world-class facilities that our athletes have access to on a consistent basis throughout the region if we are to be successful. I'll just talk quickly over some of the strategic pillars here in terms of the aim for the elite and high performance pillar. We want to establish a high performance system which takes an integrated and systematic approach designed to optimize the development and performances of all cricketers throughout the system. And that goes for female cricketers as well as male cricketers, all cricketers throughout the system. We've identified some objectives in terms of performance enhancement, planning and preparation, training and development, as well as communication. Some of the key results that we want to see from the elite and high performance pillar, of course, is winning ICC tournaments, moving up the rankings. We want to also develop a West Indies players handbook which would educate our current players about the contributions of the greats that were made, that put their blood, sweat, and tears into this game that we call cricket. Understanding that history is extremely, extremely important to our success. We also want all of our players to be proud to represent West Indies and choose to represent West Indies at every single opportunity. Moving quickly along to the second pillar, pillar 2, development and participation. How do we get more young people, more persons being interested in cricket, wanting to be involved in cricket? And that's from coaching to parents to teachers, PE teachers, etc. How do we come up with strategies that are diverse, that are multidimensional, that draw people in different ways? In terms of some of the objectives for that, schools and community engagement, a big focus on the community, acknowledging that the community is pivotal in terms of this pillar. Resources and partnership, we can't make that point enough, that it takes a village. We need to partner with Corporate Caribbean. We need to partner with governments. We need to partner with our former players, partner with everyone to make sure that we can achieve the type of results that we want. In terms of the key results, we want to launch the West Indies Foundation, which will be a separate entity which is going to be tasked with raising revenue specifically for the development of the game. We expect that if this is to be successful, we have an increased number of quality coaches, an increased number of young people with improved skills progressing through the system, and hopefully they make it up to the West Indies team. Pillar 3, facilities and infrastructure. I've said it before that if we expect world-class performances from our athletes, we need to ensure that we equip them with world-class facilities and infrastructure. Partnerships and funding, you see, is a recurrent theme coming up in my presentation, because we acknowledge how important that point is if we are to achieve the results that we want. An increased level of capital funding, increased level of cricket facilities that meet the minimum standard and are accessible to all players. We're also looking to increase the number of qualified curators and ground staff, and putting a lot of value into groundsmanship and curatorship throughout the region. Commercial and financial sustainability, I think the point is made very clearly here that it takes money, it takes cash to care. So that point is made here too in terms of commercial management and revenue diversification. We need to expand the basket of resources available to Cricket West Indies for the development of the game. Financial management and investment, meaning that we need to be prudent and financially responsible. Operational efficiency and technology, embracing technology again as an enabler for this particular component. The key results, secure a long-term West Indies principal title sponsor. We also want to secure long-term media rights partners in India and in the UK. And we want to establish a separate commercial entity, acknowledging that specialization is the way to achieve the best results in terms of raising revenue. We have grand plans for the CCG, which is going to help us in our pursuit of diversifying that revenue. There are plans for a hotel. There are plans for a remote broadcast center. All of these things will help to diversify our strategy for raising money and ultimately aid in the development of the game. In terms of fan engagement and global visibility, we want to raise the profile of West Indies cricket. We know we have one of the strongest things about West Indies cricket. Prime Minister Rowley would have mentioned it, is our brand. The West Indies brand is an extremely strong brand. How do we leverage that brand globally to ensure that we can extract the highest possible value? In terms of the key results, we want to increase strategic partnerships. I know you're probably tired of hearing the word partnerships, but I'm just going to keep mentioning the word partnerships over and over. We also want to implement innovative fan engagement initiatives, both in stadium and digitally. and establish that production hub that I would have spoken about earlier. Jumping into governance as well, recognizing that a better governed organization, a well-governed organization is more than likely going to attract more sponsors. The public is going to be a lot more comfortable with the information and the plans for an organization that is well governed. So the focus is very much on transparency and accountability, ethical leadership and integrity, risk management and compliance, as well as territorial board collaboration, acknowledging that the territorial boards play a key role in our cricket system. In terms of some of the key results, the implementation of some of the Webber report recommendations, albeit some of the recommendations have been implemented, the point is that we're trying to improve our governance system and implement some more meaningful recommendations. Strategy usually dies at the implementation stage. So I came up here, presented a pretty document, what next? We acknowledge that in order for this strategy to work, we need to identify roles for each of the key internal stakeholders, our board and our management, as well as for our fans and all of our stakeholders. In terms of the other stakeholders that I would have mentioned that play an important role in this, we have players and the management staff, CWI management, CWI board of directors, CWI staff, the territorial boards, as well as regional governments, each of which will play a significant role in the achievement of all these plans that I've spoken about. Our board will have an oversight role in terms of setting and monitoring the overarching strategic direction, the ensuring governance oversight, as well as allocating resources accordingly. The management team will be driven to operationalize the strategic plan to ensure that we report to the board of directors and also report to our fans and our stakeholders on a consistent basis. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take this opportunity to again say thank you. This is our view of what we need to do in terms of elevating and reinvigorating West Indies cricket. So we believe that if we can have world-class pitches and infrastructure, if we could have more people playing cricket, if we could have a better governed organization, and if we could have our fans feeling engaged with our players and engaged with everything that it is that we're offering from a fan value perspective, we believe that if we can do all of these things over the next 4 years, we are going to have the type of future for West Indies cricket in the short term, the medium term, and in the long run. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much indeed to Mr. Linford, Inverary Business Planning Manager at CWI, for sharing and giving an insight and perspective on the CWI strategic plan. Our second session now, ladies and gentlemen, will address and discuss the state of West Indies cricket. Moderating this segment will be Mr. Jamal Slocum, Communications Consultant. If you could please welcome him on stage. Thank you, Jamal. And we will have joining the panel the Honorable Mia Mottley, Prime Minister of Barbados. Prime Minister, we're ready for you. Dr. Kishore Shallow, President of Cricket West Indies. Sir Clive Lloyd, cricket legend. And businessman of Barbados, Mr. Peter Griffith, OBE. Ladies and gentlemen, the discussion is the state of West Indies cricket. I hand you over to Jamal Slocum.
Good morning, everyone. Now they are making restrictions and laws to spoil our beauty. But in the end, we shall prevail. This is not just cricket. This thing goes beyond the boundary. It's up to you and me to make sure that they fail. Soon, we must take a side or be lost in the rubble. In a divided world that don't need islands no more, are doomed forever to be at somebody's mercy. Little keys can open up mighty doors. Rally, rally round the West Indies. The 1987 song penned by, everyone knows, David Rudder. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Prime Minister Montley, Sir Clive Lloyd, Peter Griffith, as well as President Shallow. A famous Barbadian calling program would say, let's get down to brass tacks. Prime Minister Montley, I first want to start with you. We recognize that Michael Holding, the great legend, would have been very emotional in his presentation earlier. I just want to first start by asking, because he mentioned governance, we recognize that the Sir Frank Worrell Lecture, which this year will now be in its centennial celebration, you mentioned that you wanted or you would have expected the Webby report to be adopted in full. Governance. What are your thoughts on Cricket West Indies governance today?
I don't know that we have enough time. And I'm serious. All of these fancy words will mean nothing unless we start to walk the walk. And this meeting is not for us to make each other feel good, but it is to deliver success. And if we're going to deliver success, then we need to address some core realities. You cannot have the blurring that is taking place now with the governance structure. There's too much conflict. There's too much potential for continuing conflict. Secondly, we need to be able to separate the business of cricket from the development of cricket. And I fundamentally believe that we should establish the company that they spoke about. But the difference is that I feel that while West Indies cricket can be a shareholder and have its own separate class of shares, and you can define the rights and obligations there too, and we can get into that, but the West Indian population should also be given a chance to be able to be shareholders in Cricket West Indies and to hold Cricket West Indies accountable with respect to the business of cricket. Thirdly, this is a global sport, and we need to be able to recognize that when we hire the best in the world, we can become the best in the world. I spoke about the use of technology just now because I really believe that the absence of that access to technology has played a debilitating aspect. I just showed Prime Minister Rowley AI-generated summaries of every speech this morning within 2 minutes. Now, how can we be living in a world where AI is dominating and we still don't have the kind of success, the access to technology? So that, as Michael Holden said, it takes cash to care. And the reality is that our record of negotiations on behalf of West Indies cricket has left much to be desired. I want to see the CPL contract, not because I'm an interloper, but because I really believe that a contract that is so unequally yoked ought not to stand for 50 years. That's a half a century. How many cricketers are going to go through that half a century? Secondly, I want to believe that while we talk about negotiating as we should with respect to cricket TV rights and branding rights and merchandising, who's going to do the negotiations to make sure that those mistakes are not made again? Thirdly, with all due respect, Kishore, and you know that I have backed you from day one, but I do not believe that the president of the board has any right interviewing anybody for coaches or anything so, because that's not your role. And I really feel that you stand at a unique opportunity in history where you can lead the way forward that leads to ensuring that we have horses for courses. And in the same thing, that we begin to understand that the small things also matter. If we fire captains without talking to them, and I'm not suggesting you did, if we make agreements with people and don't follow through, all of these things go to leaving a bitter taste in people's mouths and credibility, and become part and parcel of the governance structure that we are battling with. I feel fundamentally that you have a unique opportunity to get the governance right. And that opportunity means, as I told you from March 8th when we spoke that day, having a separate commercial arm, ensuring that the people of the region can participate in that, focusing between yourself and the territorial boards and the governance on the development of cricket at the village level, at the community level, and not just schools, because the importance of cricket in Caribbean society is the mentorship that the older people bring to the young people, and the rites of passage that are needed for our young people to become responsible citizens is lost if you leave only schoolboys to play with schoolboys. The ability for a man to become a father figure or a woman to become a mother figure to another player as a youngster matters, and the mentorship. And then, most importantly of all, where in the governance are we inspiring these cricketers? I once asked some young cricketers about Gary Sobers, and they looked at me like if I was talking gibberish or another language. That cannot be. And if we don't celebrate our own and put our own to be the formal mentors of our young people, then who else will? And so I really feel that these things go to the fundamental governance of the game. I believe that your leadership matters, but your leadership must be allowed to let horses for courses. And if there are cricketers who understand coaching, let them deal with those interviews. If there are people who understand commercial branding, let them deal with that. But you have to lead an organization now that is not into backbiting, that is not into continuous electoral politicking, and that allows the sport to breathe. Thank you.
Thanks, Prime Minister Motley. President Shallow, recognizing Prime Minister Motley's comments, we read recently in the media across the region that there were failed efforts to implement the Webby report, some of the recommendations from the Webby report. One of those recommendations from Senator Don Webby, then Senator Don Webby, was that there should have been term limits on the presidency and some of the other roles. He also mentioned about downsizing the size of Cricket West Indies board. Can you tell us where are we with governance reform with Cricket West Indies?
Thanks, Jamal. And again, good morning, everyone. The governance is a topical issue, and it has been for some time now. And if you go back, Michael Holden mentioned, you know, we had reports from Charles Wilkins, you know, different, at least 4 or 5 reports suggesting recommendations for Cricket West Indies, or even then West Indies Cricket Board, to improve. There must be a commitment to evolving the organization through governance. Linford mentioned that governance is the foundation of the organization and all those pillars, and as Prime Minister Motley rightly said, you could have the most fancy presentation and words, but if you don't create that solid foundation through governance, we are not going to achieve anything near our potential. And let me say, part of the reason why we are in the current state we are is simply because we haven't adopted most of those recommendations over the years, right? Fast forward, currently, I would say that there is an appetite on the board for governance reform. I would say that certainly there's need for more sensitization, about governance reform and what it would do for those involved directly at Cricket West Indies level, and also for the stakeholders, right? And by educating or having these conversations like this and other forums, right, getting more training for directors, not only at Cricket West Indies, but across the territorial boards as well, and getting that greater appreciation for the degree or the greater degree of efficacy you could achieve in the organization by strengthening your governance, right? I think once we do all those things, then that is the time we are going to gain most from governance. But there's currently the appetite. Again, the discussion, I mean, great work. I see Derek, His Excellency Derek Murray, who has been on at least 2 of those committees over the years, right? And he's there very disappointed as into, you know, why haven't we adopted some of these recommendations? And in my opinion, they're somewhat elementary, right? And there are others that are low-hanging fruits, as one may say. And there are others that are a bit more complex, that needs more conversation and so on. And I would say that we have to, as a board, commit ourselves again. I trust that coming out of this forum where some of the directors are here this morning and most of the cricket administrators across the region are here present, and be hearing directly from Prime Minister Motley the need for improved governance. And I'm hoping that, you know, all these sentiments don't fall on deaf ears, Jamal.
Well, I want to get a little more deeper into the information. What specifically has prohibited us from actually implementing some of those governance reform recommendations? I want to speak specifically to Michael Holding would have mentioned the incompetence of the board. We speak about specialized areas of the board on the actual, those who sit on the board to actually handle specific areas. Prime Minister Motley mentioned here that there's an expectation for those who are skilled in specific areas to actually have oversight, not to be invested in other areas. So again, I just want to ask to be a little more precise. What are those areas, or what is actually holding up the governance reforms, and what are those specific areas that are contentious right now?
I would say, one, ignorance, and that is why I alluded earlier to education and sensitizing the stakeholders who are the policymakers of Cricket West Indies. Insecurity, believing that evolve and improve governance would mean, you know, replacement of some persons or diminishing power of the board, and just resistance to change, right? And that is not a unique situation to Cricket West Indies by any means. You know, we are people who often resist change, but I certainly don't believe that we can't overcome that with more education and more sensitization, you know, of the greater good that could become that could come out of improved governance. And I welcome, you know, a platform like this, you know, where persons like Prime Minister Motley, Prime Minister Rowley, former Prime Minister Keith Mitchell, who will have a say later on, Clive Lloyd, and my colleague here, my comrade here, Peter, to let the people know directly what are the potential gains of embracing governance reform.
So can we see governance reform back on the table in short order then?
It has never been taken off the table, Jamal.
Okay. Thank you for responding more precisely. Mr. Griffith, we know that you're a respected businessman in the Caribbean. Michael Holding, and I just want to premise, because he truly has set the tone for this discussion, this dialogue here. He has mentioned that there are some barriers, particularly not paying close enough attention to sponsorship and the relationship between the CWI and sponsors rather. Can you give us your perspective on what are the challenges beyond just performance of the West Indies cricket team?
Well, I think that the West Indies cricket is being left behind. And the changes with technology and the way business is done globally, we are still going with the same model of volunteers and assistance from the people who love cricket. We need to be now taking a more professional role. There are branding firms out there that create a lot of money for people, and there are so many sports icons and teams that you can look at. If you go through United States, Europe, it's a big business. It's a multi-billion dollar business, and we are not part of it. What West Indies cricket has done is actually to sell, in a way, the birthright with the CPL. That is my opinion. I think we need to re-examine that. We also need to look at the model which we are using for management of West Indies cricket right now. We need to look at the Memorandum of Articles of Association to see if it is relevant today. I don't think it is. I think we need to adjust that. We need to review that and have amendments to that. That is important.
What amendments would you recommend?
There's very little accountability, and there is no compliance at times. We have the shareholders being the 6 countries with the Leeward Islands as a group, and to oversee what is happening with the management there, it is as if this is a dictatorship in a way. The board handles things in such a way that it is not transparent enough. We have a small group of people to compare with England and all that. You have 4 million or something like that we are in our cricket world. But we have the best cricket ability. And we are not maximizing this. We are not really seriously looking at how we can expand that. What CPL is doing, the West Indies Cricket Board can be doing by hiring the right professionals to put in place and implement these things. They are making millions. CPL was sold. Somebody made more money than the West Indies Cricket Board. It was sold again and made more money than the West Indies Cricket Board. Where is the funds? We are not getting enough. You are telling me you have a debt, $5 million, and here today, you are not getting even that to clear it. Money is not coming down as frequent as it should because there is losses being occurred. So the clubs, the schools, and everything else is still not getting the funding feeding down to nourish the young people who will be interested in cricket, to bring them out of the house from these items to start to take part in sport. We have to make sure that we manage our destiny. We have a threat coming, and it's a serious threat. The United States is waking up to cricket. The United States can build stadiums, they can get promotions, and they can get the money through branding. The West Indies is one of the best brands. And I'll put an example to you. When COVID was in, and I'm repeating one of my colleagues, what he said to me, England had a serious problem of losing money. And a lot of teams weren't interested in going and playing cricket. The West Indies went. They were invited. Saved them over £3 million of debt they made. They cleared it. And West Indies got nothing, a loan out of it. That is bad negotiations. I mean, where on earth would any business person look at that opportunity and take a hand out of a loan? I'm sorry, I have to be very frank because I am passionate about this. We need to manage our destinies. We need to hire the professionals that can manage our business. We need to have a commercial section who can deal with high-powered people, who can negotiate properly. Because when we are accustomed to small money, so we accept small money. And as a result, the big people make the big money out of us.
Before I come to you, Sir Clive Lloyd, I just want to, because Prime Minister Motley has mentioned the CPL contract, Prime Minister Rowley has mentioned the CPL contract. Dr. Shallow, can you give us a little more understanding of the CPL contract, and is it open for renegotiation?
We currently have an arrangement with CPL, as I think Prime Minister said earlier, well, certainly Prime Minister Motley just said 50 years contract. I think this is our 12th year. And what we have been doing over the years is engaging them of how Cricket West Indies could benefit more. Now, I am not going to be the different view from my esteemed panelists here, fellow panelists, in saying that it is highly favorable to Cricket West Indies. No, right? We would prefer more favorable terms. And we have echoed that to the management and owners of CPL. And in fairness to them, they have been responding positively. We have realized more benefits in recent years from CPL, and we continue to have those discussions. So for example, in the last 2-3 years, we have had the women's version of CPL, women's CPL. I think that is a great addition that they have paid the cost for, millions of dollars saved to Cricket West Indies, and of course our players have benefited. And there are other ways, other opportunities there for us to explore, and I trust that certainly after this symposium, if not before, that CPL are more open now than ever to helping Cricket West Indies to get more favorable terms.
President Shallow, I am seeing on the agenda for tomorrow, actually later today, CPL will be coming in the afternoon, and we recognize that this has been a very topical area, so I'm hoping that the representative from CPL could give us more details on exploring the opportunity to reopen that contract, as indicated by all the prime ministers here presently. Sir Clive Lloyd, I just want, as a student of the game, I reference your opening remarks in the book of Michael Manley. You spoke passionately about cricket's importance to regional identity. We know also that there has been a rallying call from legends over the years to be more active in the governance of Cricket West Indies, to also be able to lend their expertise, to be able to advance the game and players' development. There is that notion that legends have been somewhat cast aside. We see presently many of them here. How do you see some of the legends being more involved going forward?
You only have to listen to Michael Holding. You know that you're missing out on a lot of experience there. So if you had somebody like that involved with the cricket, surely he would be bringing something to it. I know Dr. Shallow and his team, it's be difficult. It's a difficult time for cricket. But I just want to, I want to know, why is it that we're not allowing ex-players? You have Derek Murray here, you have Joel Garner, you have Gordon Greenidge, you have Desmond Haynes. And I told Desmond Haynes that he's in the wrong job. Desmond Haynes should be teaching our players to bat, not choose them. Good? We have guys here who can bring something to our cricket and help it quite a lot. And I want to ask another question. Why is it that we do not have the Caribbean Development Bank involved in our cricket? Why are they not investing money for us, helping us to build our cricket? This is a big bank. They're just giving $210,000 to the University of the West Indies. And if you're saying our cricket is so great, why are they not involved?
Prime Minister Motley, I stand corrected if you may, but I believe you're one of the directors as a leader of the Caribbean Development Bank. Do you want to speak to regional government's ability to be able to influence investment in cricket? I specifically also want to touch development cricket, because you spoke about going into the schools and not just looking at that. We recognize that there has been some societal changes as well that may have influenced the popularity of cricket today, the advent of technology. How do you see regional governments, one, being more involved in being able to assist Cricket West Indies and regional cricket in its entirety from a grassroots level first? And then in the follow-up, I'll ask you in terms of investment, assisting the investment that Cricket West Indies has alluded to in the business plan, noting cash. We need cash to care.
I must tell you, I was hoping to hear Sir Clive longer, and I'm not sure if I'm unfairing him by taking up time that I think he should be sharing, because his perspective just now with respect to horses for courses, with someone like Desmond and Gordon being able to support youngsters with batting, or us establishing a fast-balling academy as Courtney Brown has called for. These are the things that will make a difference to the development of West Indies cricket. And young boys and girls should be aspiring for the opportunity to be involved in that. I believe that governments can continue to play that supportive role through our schools, through our community development policies, through our crime prevention policies, because all of these things help to give young people purpose and to give us the opportunity to see who is great among them. In my budget speech this year, I announced a series of programs in cricket and football and road tennis, motorsports. And in the cricket one, I've asked Courtney Brown to lead a block T20 tournament, not because we want to associate the word block and T20, but because I believe that there are youngsters out there who may have played a little cricket when they were in primary school, who we need to be able to identify where the talent is and to let them know that there is a bridge to working in an ecosystem that can give them a purposeful life by being involved. With respect to the investment, I don't know how we can be talking to CPL about women's cricket or any other right without renegotiating the contract ab initio. In other words, from start. You cannot vary a contract without both sides agreeing to it. And if they wanted to have greater representation in other aspects of the game, that is when the West Indies Cricket Board should be holding them accountable to be able to renegotiate the kinds of rights that we have. Secondly, our negotiations shouldn't only be with CPL to unlock value, but we need to be talking to ICC. We need to be going in and investing in Africa and North America and Latin America, because in truth and in fact, we have the most popular brand for these jurisdictions, but we're not getting on as if we can unlock value through that brand and through commercial partnerships and development partnerships. I believe that the heads of government have no role in running West Indies cricket, but I believe that we have a role in sustaining the environment within which there can be a better run West Indies cricket framework. And Prime Minister Mitchell led the way in making that happen. Prime Minister Rawle, I don't know if it's a Keith thing, but anyhow, the point is that I believe that that is our role as leaders. So we will continue to provide the development support. In our case in Barbados, we've invested also in the technology, because I've told you without technology, it's like lambs to the slaughter, and we're not being fair to our people. So I hope that that can be accepted and we can have concrete decisions, as I said. But Kishore, my brother, it is up to you to be able to separate. And you can't have big men who have inspired us from little children asking over and over to be involved in a credible and structured way. And administration after administration after administration ignores them as if it is their right to humiliate our icons and heroes. It cannot happen. And you have the ability now to change it. Don't tell me that governance is on the table. Tell me that governance is going to be your first priority to resolve. And that if you have to go island by island, by country and do it, then you will do it and you'll have our support to do it. But this notion that it will go to the next administration, because that's what happens when you leave it on the table.
So Clive Lloyd, you want to mention something?
Yes, we have another situation. We had an ICC meeting, and they're distributing money. And of these 10 countries, 7 got 80 million, and 3 of them got 180 million. And I want to know, how did you come to that decision? Because when we were in the ascendancy, as Derek and I discussed the other, we were the cash cows for these people. Everybody wanted to play for the West Indies. Australia used to play every 9 years. They wanted us to play every 2 years. Because if you went to Melbourne, the first 4 days sold out. Beer sold out. Pies are sold out. Gates of, everything is just on their side. And we sat down there and decided that we will accept 80 million. The things that we have done over the years, 28 test matches without losing, 11 successful games. If you were 17 years old, you would have never seen the West Indies lose. Now, you tell me, with 5 million people, we've managed that. To break those records, it's going to take a momentous effort to do so. We have so much to be proud of, but we're not going out there and telling people what it is. We have to tell them. 14 countries. We're not one country like India or Australia or Pakistan. We have 14 islands or 14 countries, if you want to say that. We have to fly everywhere. You know, it's expensive for our cricket. It's probably more expensive than anybody else. In England, you go to England, they put you in a coach, and you go all around in. You don't have to fly anywhere. You know, so I think that we have to have a special dispensation, and we must have 10 or 12 people, and I hope you'll be one of them, madam, and some business people, board people, and some cricketers that are respected, and put it to the ICC that we cannot accept this. We you know, when we were there, I remember Kerry Packer's guy saying that you're down at the bottom there because you did not negotiate properly. If you'd negotiate when you were the champions, your fee would have been here, probably dropped a little bit, but it wouldn't be this far. We have done a bad job with our money. And I think that is why I'm asking, why is the CDB not involved in helping them with investment or getting, you know, different programs and so on? What about I asked about our women's cricket. And I asked one of the presidents, and he said, we need $3 million. Well, surely, if you have all these companies around and you have a bank, they would have been able to help you. Our cricket, our women's cricket, do need to play test cricket. They're good enough for that.
Sir Clive, before we move to the open session where we invite questions from those of you in the audience, you mentioned travel. I note that there is a concern, especially among the Leeward and Windward Islands, that for a 10-day camp alone, Prime Minister Motley, I'll direct this question to you. There is challenges with regional travel. It costs about $200,000 for a 10-day camp in the Leeward Islands, which has eight countries that participate in that and under that territorial board. In the Windward Islands, which I believe is 4. Regional travel continues to be a challenge for the islands being able to develop. While it's different for Barbados and Guyana and maybe also Trinidad and Tobago, the challenge in the OECS continues to impact the ability of cricket development and also building that culture amongst and the camaraderie amongst the players because they don't get the opportunity to perform or be able to practice with each other often. Can you speak to how we can look at addressing the regional travel challenge that impacts cricket as well?
Regional travel is a challenge not just for cricket, but for all of us across the region. But I do believe that the initiative that Trinidad, Barbados, and Guyana are working on with respect to a regional ferry system will also help, because it's not only about moving the cricketers, it's about moving the fans. Fans create the base for economic activity as well. And part of the difficulty is that I don't think that we have negotiated sufficiently favorable contracts with respect to access to travel, but it cannot only be air travel because that's not going to be sustainable in terms of the level of base that we need. So I hope that in the same way we have contracts with hotels, etc., that with the resumption of air travel now coming back to a normal state, and with the development of the ferry travel that we hope to bring into play, that we can have greater access for the commodity of sports to be developed, both not just through the cost of travel for the cricketers, but being able to create the fan base that can travel with the cricket.
Thank you, Prime Minister Motley. I now invite those who are in the audience for comments and questions. Certainly, we want this session to be as interactive as possible. The panel here, quite versed and experienced in their own rights, will be able to give feedback and be able to at least give us an idea on the possibility of implementation or exploring those ideas. We have a question in the back. We will have a microphone coming to you.
Thank you. Making some notes here, if you allow me to. To have lived through the glory years, Sir Clive said basically 15 years, from a fan perspective, it hurts that, if I'm correct, we're now 7th and 10th in the men's rankings, and 6th, I think, in the women's ranking. That hurts, given where we were. We are seeing cricketers retiring. I don't see any effort to keep them. Yes, as Michael Holding said, they have to secure their future. But we are entertaining the world, these cricketers. And I don't see us doing much to retain them on the world's stage representing the West Indies. We have 4 more years before we hit 100 years of West Indies cricket. So I'm hoping that concrete actions will be taken and not just another talk shop. And, you know, I think a former West Indies cricket board director said it's our business, you know, leave us alone kind of thing. So I don't know if that means they're onto their own and we can't make changes. But from a fan's perspective, I hope that in 4 years' time, I could be looking at the beginning of the glory years again. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you just identify your name and the organization you're with?
Nasser Khan. I do a bit of writing.
Thank you.
Yes, it's a situation, it's a T20 tournament. It has affected us. It's no doubt about that. It's all right for England. They have 365 players on show every year. Pakistan has got a lot more people than we have. India's got 1.25 billion people. Sri Lanka have got a lot more people than we have. So they can afford to lose some of the players. This thing is affecting us. And the point is that until we do something, just like New Zealand did, they called their players in and they said, listen, we don't mind you playing in the different competitions, but when we have our cricket at home, we'd like you to be there. And they signed a 5-year contract. But you see, I don't know, it can be difficult with our players because we're island people and, you know, you can't get too many jobs around the place. And as Michael said, you know, if a guy is giving you 1.5 million US for 5 weeks, you know where he's going to go. Stark is getting 2 million, but he plays IPL, but he still goes and plays for Australia. And until we can speak with our players, our young players, we have to tell them, give them an idea of why we would like them to play. Because we have investors here. If you want to put in some money into a team, you want to put money into a winning team. You don't want a losing team and your form is involved in that. So we have to make a very strong situation with our young players and tell them exactly why it is important. It takes you 3 years to build a good test cricketer. So when they get to the 3 years, then they've gone somewhere and they can't play for us. They've decided to sign other contracts. So that means that we're digging a hole to fill a hole. We don't have the people. We have 5 million people spread out, 14 islands. But so we need to speak to them. And if we don't speak to them, well, they will just, do as they like. And we will end up like we're doing a bit here now, and when we think we're making maybe ascending, no, we back down there again because we've lost 4 or 5 players. So we have to have a system where we can try and keep our players. And I think that means that either the governments and so on will have to speak to the young players and tell them the importance of playing for the West Indies. We know why Michael Holding has said it, because it has given him his upward mobility. Without cricket, where would we have been? We would have been working in different departments somewhere. We wouldn't be a household name. And I think that it's so important to us, because now I have West Indians, they don't even watch the IPL. And these are people who were proud and, walking tall in London and other places. And we need to get back to that, but we will only get back to that system until our players are playing in our cricket. Because if the youngsters are playing by themselves, you're not going anywhere. If you're a tennis player, table tennis player, whatever, you have to play with a better player to find out how good you are, how to improve. And that's not happening with our cricketers. They're not playing against them. You look at the 4-day competition. How many test players have you seen playing? Not many. So the standard is not, being lifted. So we need to sit down with them. We can understand, why you want to play there. You have Puran and you have Hetmaya. These guys don't want to play. They know they're being paid well. But we gave them that extra to get there. And we're not working hard enough with them. We have to give them an NOC. They can't play anywhere without an NOC. So we have to speak to them seriously and say, well, listen, you're not missing out of such, because when you play for us, you're still being paid. You're not paying as handsomely as you're paid in the T20 competitions. But if we were running that T20 competition, our CPL, we probably would have been able to give them more money. Yeah. But we signed, is it a 50-year contract? Who signs a 50-year contract? It's so silly, it isn't funny. Now, if we were running our own CPL, we would have been able to give more money to the players, and they probably would want to play with us longer. But again, how can a board sit down and negotiate that?
Yeah.
Still a mystery to me.
I think that's the way we need to see it. We need to see whether there's a restraint of trade, and we need to use the leverage of the power for any additional rights for reopening it. And there's no simple way around it other than that, simply.
Well, we have another question from the audience. In light of the need for expanded opportunities for youth beyond existing local and regional structures, could the panel elaborate on any innovative plans or initiatives being considered to introduce additional avenues for youth development in cricket? Prime Minister Motley?
With all due respect, I think that the others need the opportunity.
President Shallow, I'll come around to you.
Yeah, sure. Now, and I'll just start by touching on the same matter raised by the gentleman there about availability of players to West Indies cricket. So Andy mentioned it as well. Now, if you're going to compete, right, if you're going to ask players to commit to West Indies cricket for international duties versus playing for these franchises, you're going to lose almost any day if that is just what it is about, money, because of the commercialization of sport, right? And as Mikey rightfully said, it's a very short career for an athlete. What I believe we have discounted over the years is in our education system, to add to the syllabus the history of West Indies cricket in schools. teach our young boys and girls about the value of West Indies cricket through Sir Clive and the other distinguished former players here, right? And that way we instill in them more pride about West Indies cricket, and that is where our cricketers come from, out of the schools. Right? And there are different initiatives we can do that. We could be, if the question referred to innovation, we could have, whether it is comic books, things that young children are going to gravitate to. We have obviously social media platforms, TikTok and all these different things. Let us put our legends there so that every time young boys and girls turn, they see these heroes, right? And if we start there, I believe that it will be much easier when the decision is there on the table for these players to commit to whether to play for West Indies cricket or to go to the franchise. The decision is going to be slightly easier, right? So I think these are the areas we need to actually look at adopted not only in West Indies cricket, but across the region at the different levels in order to get greater commitment from.
Well, President Shallow, whilst you're on that point, I just want to take this one question from the audience. Yes, I would like to ask, when will we focus our attention on promotion, maintenance, and upkeep of existing systems? They're specifically referring to venues, programs, etc., throughout the Caribbean, rather than building new academies, stadia facilities every couple of years. Can you respond to that?
The raw truth is, we are so far behind the entire cricket world, right? When we compare ourselves to India, England, and Australia, I mean, it's unbelievable that we're still competing with these countries at the international level. There's no comparison with our infrastructure, right? With our system. So Australia, in recent times, went through a difficult period after the situation in South Africa, the ball tampering situation, right? Their cricket declined for a couple of years, maybe months. They have since, back at the international level, top, because of the fact that their foundation was so robust that even with that significant challenge, they have been able to restore their cricket to where they want it to be. And so we as a people, right, who are extremely passionate about cricket, in fact, I'll make a reference to a former Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Sir James Mitchell. And he was speaking in the context of a Prime Minister of a small country. And I believe that Cricket West Indies could borrow this if you look at the ICC composition. He said that as a small country, in order to stand still, you have to run fast, right? And in the global context, ICC, we are small, only 5 million compared to 1 billion and something for India, right? We have to do all the things, the controllable things within our power. We have to do them right. We have to hold each other accountable, as in stakeholders have to hold the board accountable, us holding the government accountable, hold players accountable. And it is the only way, and when I say hold accountable, I mean hold them to excellence. If we have limited resources, we have to optimize the resources we have. We have to produce high quality if we are going to compete, because it is not until we put a very attractive team on the field and we start winning games, that is the only time we're going to attract those major sponsorships.
President Shaw, precisely based on that question, your response, before I come to Mr. Griffith, who also want to make a remark. In more detail, how do you believe that Caribbean governments can assist Cricket West Indies, not only at the senior level, but coming down the ladder? We also recognize that Rishi Sunak, Prime Minister of England, would have just invested $53 million in grassroots cricket in the United Kingdom. Can you give tangibly how you perceive or how you see Caribbean governments being able to help Cricket West Indies reinvigorate itself?
I say current, and we have always had very passionate leaders, right, in the Caribbean for cricket because of the appreciation for our legacy. But certainly we have a current group of leaders in the region who are committed to following through with their passion with action. And I mentioned it earlier when I made reference to Prime Minister Motley, right? Just signed an agreement with, I think, a bank in Africa, $25 million for the redevelopment of Kensington Oval. right? We have had other leaders invest in major investment from Prime Minister Rowley even to host a symposium. And we are seeing commitment, but what I could say is that we have leaders now who are willing to assist, right? So they have accepted they have a role to play in advancing cricket. And Jamal, when you read books, as I said, for the last 5 decades, we have heard a recommendation. Sir Clive, I think it was 1980-something, called on governments to put players on retainers, right? If you go across to Sir West's book, Answering the Call, he spoke of the lack of poor infrastructure when he was president in 2001, right? We have not developed enough, right? But I think it is encouraging to have the current leaders we have. So Dr. Ali, right? I know Prime Minister Gonsalves and the others are investing in cricket, right? And we have to, as a board, be open to the advice from the leaders.
Mr. Griffith, you want to make a comment there?
Yes. Australia has managed their cricket well. And we have the opportunity to look at ourselves inward now and get the model that is working, that will work for us. It has to be a new model. We cannot continue doing the same things. Branding is important. I was pleased to hear our leaders, our country's leaders, speak about branding today. That is vital. We need to have a proper commercial sector dealing with branding and using our brand and getting it out there and branding our players and making money out of it. The television rights is enormous. The United States is getting into this, and the West Indies will become the breeding ground for players to join teams in those countries. And it will deplete our ability to compete.
Okay. Go ahead.
With respect to improving the West Indies cricket product, I would like to state that we need to put more emphasis within our clubs, our home clubs, getting our clubs to be playing competitions at home outside of the regular league, where it can be televised and promote the clubs, even to compete with each other's Trinidad clubs and Barbados clubs and the other clubs. We know that transportation is a problem. That is true. But we really need to get this going because it increases the interest of our younger people.
Okay.
We are not getting enough of this.
I want to take a question. I believe that's table 14. I'm going to come to former Prime Minister Mitchell at number 2. That is Keith Mitchell, former Prime Minister, and then I'm going to come to table number 4. I saw Senator Gregory Nichols also had a question. So I'm going to come to table number 14, the question right there, and then come to number 2. Go ahead.
Yes.
Can you identify yourself?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to the peoples of the Caribbean. My name is Riza Abbasali. I'm a retired secondary school teacher at Astra Boys Colleges in San Fernando and Charleville, and I'm a student of West Indian cricket history, having lectured at the National Cricket Academy for several years on the history of West Indian cricket. Dr. Shallow, you're absolutely correct. We have to get the literature in West Indian cricket history into the school bags of our West Indian school children. So when we talk about things like this, June 21st, 1975, the Australian bowlers danced to the pulsating music of Clive Lloyd's bat. We have to get that into the school bags. And that, of course, was June 21st, 1975, West Indies' first ever victory at the World Cup, seen by thousands of people all over the world. So here's my pitch. I'm a former Caribbean Studies teacher. In that Caribbean Studies syllabus, and we have to start from primary school, but in that Caribbean Studies syllabus, which I have taught for several years, there is little and sparse knowledge about West Indies cricket history. And it is West Indies cricket history, test matches, that brought us to the pinnacle of the cricket world. I want the Caribbean educators, CXC and CSEC, prime ministers who are present here, officials, that let us now expand the Caribbean Studies syllabus, which has sparse mention of West Indian cricket history in it. I posit to you, Dr. Shallow, that you could be at the forefront of this, and I'm willing to join you. Let us get that historical aspect. Expand the Caribbean Studies syllabus to 2 years instead of 1 year, because there's an enormous content of Caribbean studies, but little on Caribbean cricket history. I want also to say that that would mean that we may have to shelve the communication studies, but we could include some communication studies in the now revamped Caribbean Studies syllabus. I end now, sir. If you take that seriously, I'm on board with you because you just mentioned it. You cannot escape the responsibility of tomorrow by evading it today. Abraham Lincoln. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so very much for your comment. I now want to move to table number 2. I believe former Prime Minister Keith Mitchell wanted to make a comment or ask a question. Go ahead, sir.
Not a question. I just want to make a short statement. And of course, I'm directing it, of course, to the Dr. Kishore, President of the Board. Colleagues, it's well known that I've been Chairman of the Prime Minister's Subcommittee on Cricket for several years. And I can tell you this, that from my experience, if we do not change the structure that operates West Indies cricket, we will not go anywhere. I'm more than convinced about that because I know the struggles, the problems. I've had more problems with dealing with presidents of the West Indies Cricket Board and boards than I had in my own country with my opposition. I think they only caught up with me recently. But friends, let me say this. Dr. Kishore, you said a while ago that there is an appetite. I don't know what that means. I can only take you at your word, and I believe that you have good intentions. That's my impression I've seen so far. And I've heard you say that you expect that the CPL would come to terms. That's my interpretation of what you said. And there will be a change in how the financial situation relates as far as West Indies cricket is concerned. So my own view is this. I know that there is no problem that a board would have in getting serious changes coming from the heads of government. I know that for a fact. I know the appetite there. And I know that they believe that structure must change. And I can tell you, there has never been one area I have not heard any serious quarrel or differences between government and opposition in the entire region during my experience, during the period of my terms of office. As far as West Indies cricket is concerned, not one single opposition from any country, from any political party. So therefore, to me, it's extremely important. You, sir, sit with the President, Chairman, Prime Minister, Chairman of the Prime Ministerial Subcommittee create, and do what is necessary. Not just to have the appetite, but have to be the change in that structure of West Indies cricket. When we do that, I think we go very far. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. I want to come to table number 8. I know that we have some legends there on that table, and I want to allow them to get their comments, and then I'll come to table number 4, followed by table number 14. So we do it in that order: table number 8, table number 4, and then table number 14. And we will close off this session with no doubt, but with Prime Minister Rowley at table number 3, I believe. But we have a comment from table number 3.
Thank you very
table
much,
8.
Mr. Moderator. My name is Michael Findley, and the discussion tonight has focused quite a great deal on involving the past players, so-called legends, in West Indies cricket. One area that could be considered is that of mentoring. I am from a small rural village, very rural. It's almost at the bottom of the volcano in St. Vincent. And as a boy, I was about 7 or 8 in the primary school, and there's a gentleman in our village named Harold Bentic. He was much older than we were, but he formed us into a club. And he taught us so many things that meant so much to me. We would practice on Friday afternoons after school, and we'd have our weekly meetings at his home. And he will call randomly on one of us and say, you get up and open the meeting with a prayer. Then we discussed cricket matters, and he said to us too, listen, you have to bring a trump. A trump in those days was a subscription. Whatever you have, a halfpenny, which is a half-penny in those days, or a penny, just bring it. And later on in the meeting, he'll again call on one of us randomly and said to us, remember that match we went to play in Lomans, Winwood, and another village in St. Vincent? Well, you stand now and make a vote of thanks to the people who treat us very well. Now that man, I don't think he had a full primary school education, but he taught us how to pray. He taught us the value of making a subscription to your club. He taught us public speaking. And he taught us how to appreciate things that people did for us. That's what we are lacking, I think, to a great measure in West Indies cricket. We've got so many legends around here that they can go back into the schools, into the communities, and sit with people, sit with young people, and talk to them about cricket. The first time I saw Sir Garfield Sobers play was in Australia in 1968. I was selected on the West Indies team for the first time then. I'd never seen him play live, but he impressed me quite a bit. But on that tour, Wesley Winfield Hall mentored me. He took me into his hands and he mentored me. And I'm a better person for it today. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, if we go back to mentoring our young people, that's going to do a lot to revive West Indies cricket. And we have to start early. We can't wait until they're 12 and 15. These days, their minds are made when they get that way. We have to start them at 7 and 8. The professional football clubs in the world do that. They recruit kids when they're 7 and 8, and they bring them up, so that when they are developed, they will understand the fundamentals of cricket. I watch cricket these days, and I see a number of our batsmen particularly who do not understand the principles of batting, the essentials of batting. They can't get behind the ball, they don't know when to hit out or to defend. That is lack of mentoring. And my last point would be an appeal to the governments represented here, that we need to get back to the primary schools. That's, you talk about grassroots cricket, I refer to it as primary schools cricket. You come into primary school at 5 years old, and if you are not directed in the way that you want to be directed in the cricket form, then when you get to 15 and 16, you are made in your mind. You can't change the bad habits you developed along the way. That is happening to West Indies cricket. Our players, a number of them in every department, have developed bad habits and they can't break out of it. When they get to the wicket, it's quite natural for them to go back to the way they're accustomed to play. Please, governments, if you can take charge of primary schools cricket, finance it, and make sure that it's on the right track. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. All right. We do have, in the interest of time, I want to, there are three individuals, and taking order of precedent, I want to take Sir Wes Hall, who's at the table here, followed by Senator Gregory Nichols, and then finally, we'll take the last question for the session from the Honorable Minister Charles Ramson of Guyana, who's representing President Irfan Ali. Just a note, sorry, for table 14, we will take that question if time does permit afterwards.
Sir, I would just like to say a few words and ask a few questions. I don't know if we could really have it, concluded by tomorrow, but I think it would be a good idea to speak about them. First of all, I feel that we need to teach people, the West Indies, what has happened to the West Indies since 1900. That's when they first played, and throughout what has happened. I was so glad to hear Sir Clyde about, the things he knew, because I think that the West Indian players, they know a lot about cricket and things, but they never really get the opportunity to say a lot. Now, today I would like to ask a lot of questions, but, I think maybe two would be okay. And I believe, first of all, that the things that really running through my veins every day is, one, when are we going to let the ICC know what we think about what they have done for the last few years? Now, I sat down on a board, I sat down on a board for 2 years, and I wanted to be president of the Senate board for 10 years. Of course, I think it really needed that, because the things that I saw, I think it would be, you could not really finish it in 2 years as I had to do, because I got sick. But I just wish to say this, that it is very important that West Indians know that nobody's going to give it to us on a platter. We have to actually do it ourselves, and that is the point. We need to do that. Now, how you can do it through the ICC, I don't know. I know I spent 2 years there, and every day I was in there, I was pulling them on West Indies should have the, the World Cup. But the World Cup, they didn't feel we could do anything. In the end, they then sent me a plaque saying, Wes, they tried to think they could fool me. Wes, you made it happen. Me? I thought that you made it happen. It was a matter of looking at not the singular me, but it meant all the many people in the West Indies, in all the islands, the governments, things. That is exactly how that became. And I tell you something, it would have been a great thing for the West Indies if that gentleman did not die in Jamaica. Because from the time that happened, the thing was finished, as far as, people thinking about it as a great thing. Only 2 years after that, you may recall, after 2 years after that, we found that they played the 220 thing, and they felt that that was the best thing ever in the world. So I just want to know, sir, how are we going to deal, in a sense, talking about it? You have to come together and talk about it and do something to the ICC. You see, I think that's the first one. The second one is this, that I personally feel that the West Indies, as a country, as a great cricketing place,
we need to make a
must be chronicled. I feel that I wrote 2 books. I wrote 1 book because I feel that West Indies should write a book, you know, and I write the book and done with that. You know, it was bestseller, yeah. How you know that? I don't think so, because I ever got any money. You know, up to now I get a penny from that book. You understand? So Frank told me that I should do another one, and that when he was doing covering the book, and then I decided this year because I felt that it is necessary to do another book. I'll say this to you, unless I try to sell a few books in Barbados and Trinidad and places, nothing has happened in England or Australia, nor these places where I played. Everybody in Australia know all of us. Everybody in India know all of us, and not one but going to go there. You know, I know they've been telling me that I would have done it wrong, and obviously I've done it wrong. But you know, I just want to say that as far as we are concerned, we need to do this thing. But the most important thing really that I think is this, that, you know, as far as cricket is concerned right now, I think that we need to look at getting our young players into, people believe that you shouldn't have these places where we're teaching these players. No, we need to have even a better one than they have now. We need to have that. It will cost money, and that is the point. The point is that we will get money. I mean, you know, our Prime Minister has shown the way, you know, not because we got a lot of money, but because we know how to do things properly. You see, that's his position. And I think that, you know, we need right now to do the right thing. The right thing is to win the World Cup again. Look, we played cricket at every stage and were champions. Champions under Sir Clive Lloyd. Then we played in the one days. We were champions in that. In juniors, we were champions in juniors. So we've won everything. Nobody is going to pity us and say, let them come back. Oh no, they want to take us out. If you don't think so, you know, think again. So we need to deal with that. Do like Australia. Australia, they were doing badly. And Charlie, man, let me talk first. I could hear it. Right? I'm talking on behalf of you. And the rest of us.
You know,
right.
we're going to have a late lunch.
What I'm saying here, sir, is, you know...
Tell him we need lunch, huh?
Chavez, we just want to ask you your final comments. We do appreciate that.
Right. But I know that you would have said so before I start. I know that. That's why I won't say nothing ahead. Because I know you're going to tell me that. I am not actually, sir. I'm calming down. Sorry. No, I just wish to know, to tell you that the only way we will be recognized again is when we go out there and beat all and sundry. That is a fact. That is a fact. You know, you may not want to hear me too long, but I want to tell you that unless we are the champions of the world, if not in the winners, nothing is going to happen. And the last time we were world champions twice, you know. But the last time we were world champions, you know what happened? The Australians got the West Indians to play for 10 consecutive years out there. They only play in cricket season. So for 12 years, all players played only out there to make money because nobody else offered the money. You see, so I just want us to look at it very seriously, that we have to actually beat these people again and become world and then do what we did not do when we were champions. Look, you go to England and you will find my daughter hitting me again. Over there, man. What I'm saying is, the last thing I say is this. When we beat all and sundry, take for instance England, our people, West Indian people in England, they are, you know, let me tell you, they jump over the moon. It means something to them. When West Indian people decided that they would dance at cricket, they got stopped. You know, I find even in India, nobody take off the sari and things and dance, but they're out there doing the music all over the world. Cricket is happening. West Indian cricket and also West Indian restarted that. So, sir, I just really would like to find out from everybody tomorrow night. You tell me what you're going to do to beat these people again, because it's the only thing that is going to. You see that when you bring youngsters in here, and do it, you need to get the youngsters in the to coach them. I said the last thing. Charlie, hold on. Look, I close by saying this to all and sundry, that we need to get our young players so well equipped that, you know, you don't, even if you're going to a year, you know, and be coached, you will be ready to play in tests. If you don't mean, look at the Indians. They not only have 40 places of where they teach for academy, yeah, good word. Yeah. The academy, there are 30 of them, you see? And when the boys come out, they are ready to play test cricket. We used to be able to send our youngsters, you know, 2 or 3 in a series in England. But you can't do that now. You can't do that now because we are only getting 2 games. We don't get a 5-year thing. If Pakistan, if India, if England and Australia become, you know, they're being kicked out, say they're in the second last and the last, they will still have the Ashes to play. We don't have anything to play. Okay? So I just want us today to think about it and to discuss it tomorrow so that you will know what to do. I'll tell you one last thing. No, I'll tell you one last thing, and it's worthy. Okay? You need to understand that we would have not beaten anybody unless you had great fast bowlers. Okay? I'm telling you, if you may not have noticed it, but going back, you know, from the time we started to now, we have always had the greatest batsmen in the world. There's no doubt about that. But we've had a lot of great batsmen in the world and still we did nothing. You understand? But I'm saying that the fast bowlers have won everything. And I just want you, Mr. Chairman, I want you to think about that. Think about, don't believe that the people in the, what the word you say? In the academy, yeah, I can spell that, don't worry. Yeah. The academy, the people in there don't have 10 foot, 9 feet people, 6 feet people, 6, 8. You know, we don't have any coaches there. I am saying to you that what we need to do is to look around. Look, if I could walk, I would do it for you all for nothing. Walk around the place and get some tall fellas.
Well, so,
I'm telling you.
So as, well,
yeah.
I do say that at 86 years, we do welcome all of your comments. We would not have this opportunity. We don't think ever again in such a forum.
What did you say, sir? That you did what?
And it is a rare opportunity to have this.
You're telling me that what I said to you, you have been doing all the time?
No, certainly not. Your words are very wise to us, and we welcome them.
Okay, that's all right. That's all right. That's why I'm going to stop now, but I just warning Mr. Shallow. I'm just saying, he is not going to get the 6 footers in, you know, walking in to say, I want it. We need to go and look for them all throughout the countries. Okay? 6 feet. You need to do that. I say that. I will give you the actual reason why, what fast bowling is. But I know
You see,
to tell you about fast bowling.
doing for
You know,
the
I'm not
young
going to do that.
players
But
are
I'd
now
just like
getting
to say to you, Mr. Chairman,
information
but you
from
haven't, and you know that you
ex-captains.
ain't doing it. I am saying to you that when the time comes, don't worry about the fellas that I saw last night, a forum from the West Indies, 4 of them bowling after one time. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 3 of them are grunting. You can't bowl fast and grunt and get people out. I'm telling you that, okay? Your balance must be there. Your delivery must be there. You must be high with the right fact. There ain't no time to grunt. You understand? So you can tell them that for me. Look, gentlemen, I will now stop on that because I know y'all there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we thank Sir Wes and all those who made contributions, asked questions. I'm sorry we cannot take any more questions. I want to thank the panelists, Prime Minister Motley, Sir Clive Lloyd, Mr. Griffith, and President Shallow. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hold your positions just for a bit. I would facilitate just a word of appreciation from all who are gathered here, including the legends, for the input that it came from all members on this panel, but moreover, the opportunity to engage both for those in the room and those around the Caribbean who are perhaps hearing from Sir Wes for the first time. So we thank each and every one for their contribution. We invite the panel to make their way stage left, please, because you need to get your microphones off to conclude our proceedings. Thank you. For the benefit of our live viewing audience, we need to break away from the events here. We're going to be taking a pause for just a short while, and we'll see you on the other side of our break, and rejoin us in just a short while. Now, right, now that we're off the air, let's invite first the head table. We kindly ask that you make your way to the entrance to the ballroom. There is a photo opportunity that needs to be facilitated there for the head table. Please make your way forward. You'll be escorted out. Thank you. All others, could you remain in your seats for the time being, please? This will not take long. CWI Cricket and Performance Framework. I invite the Director of Cricket at Cricket West Indies, Mr. Miles Bascom, to join us on stage to deliver the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Mr. Miles Bascom.
Good afternoon, all. Allow me to adopt the protocols as they have been established. I have the task of trying to summarize as best I could the plan for West Indies cricket development. And I'm going to try to do this through looking at the development framework through the lens of these three areas. Pathway development, which deals with attracting, streamlining, and directing talent through structured programs and putting players or talented players on track to West Indies senior teams. High performance management, which speaks to the systems that manage our elite talent, accelerate their development and ensure that our players are prepared to consistently dominate at the international level. And thirdly, through the performance of our elite teams. And all of these areas are linked inextricably. To look at our pathway, we first must look at what is established. At the grassroots level, we now have a Five for Fun program that is sponsored by Republic Bank Limited. Still very limited in terms of the reach of that program. Only reaches four countries, about just over 4,000 students through schools. At under 10s through to under 13s, there is no formal program that is at CWI level, which is certainly an area for concern. And this particular part of the pathway has been taken up in previous years through schools cricket. And this, I think, is one of the reasons why the importance of schools cricket is being constantly repeated. At under 16s, there is a boys under 15 program, which is in the form of a regional under 15 tournament, but no such program for the girls as yet. Under 19s, the boys have an under 17 and an under 19 tournament, and women's are under 19 tournament only so far. Under 23, men's academy and franchise. The franchises have been mandated to select 2 development players, which is a recent addition. And we also have an academy at the at the West Indies level. Senior regional, we have our men's regional tournaments, the professional franchise. And for the women's, we have the women's regional tournaments, the T20 Blaze, Super 50, and the women's CPL. Both men's and women's have 8 teams, women's being the recent addition, only having gone on one tour so far. And of course, at the senior level, we play tests, ODIs, T20Is, and for women, we play ODIs and T20Is only. What are the deficiencies? Certainly no formal program from grassroots to under 13s in most countries. And that is not to discount the efforts, of course, by territorial boards and clubs in individual territories to have isolated programs at these levels. But from CWI level, there is no gathering of talent, and there is no gathering of information at this level, which is something that we have to change. The under 23 program for men's, I spoke to the academy structure, which takes in 15 players annually, and the 12 players, 2 across each franchise, only accounts for 27 players. And given the 78 or so players that would come through every year at under 19 level, that represents a significant drop-off in terms of talent. So that is also an area for concern. Women's, no formal program from grassroots to under 16s. Major area of concern, as well as no professional system at the senior level. In the pipeline, we have the introduction of girls under 16, of a girls under 16 program. That should start this year by having partner programs within the territories, and should culminate and continue from 2026 in a regional under 16 girls tournament. We also want to introduce this year a men's regional under 23 program that will culminate in 2027 with a regional under 23 tournament for men. We have signed in our MOU with WEPA an agreement which should see from October 1st, 2024, a number of professional women senior cricketers. The challenge there is because the pool of women cricketers is still so small, when we account for those players who are already contracted centrally by CWI, those players who are in the academy, the pool that is left remaining for regional professional contracts is very small. So the intention is to start with up to 6 players per territory from October 1st, 2024. Still outstanding is the expansion of the grassroots program. We are in discussions with Republic Bank Limited to try as best as we can to expand the Five for Fun program. But even then, there is still a lot to be done at that grassroots level. A developmental guide for all the age group and skill development is something that we are working on at Cricket West Indies, so that persons who are interested in starting academies, schools who want to have a vibrant cricket program have a template from which they could start to lay proper foundations for our young talents. High performance management, I want us to look at through these two systems, our professional cricket system as well as our academy system. Our professional system ensures that elite players are gainfully employed in cricket, which is key. This full-time, all-year access to our best talent in each territory provides us the opportunity to hone their skills and develop these skills to ensure that we have players who are indeed world class. In this professional system, these players have access to best-in-class technology. We spoke about technology has been one of the underlying themes for the event so far. They have access to best-in-class technology for athlete management, data analytics, strength and conditioning, etc. The same holds for our academy system. We have a men's academy. As I mentioned, 15 contracted young players. They come out of the under-19 program, that elite talent, and we provide them with that additional opportunity to further hone their skills. We have heard, I'm sure that we have all heard of the difference between our players in the West Indies, our young players, the age at which they have gotten to a certain number of first-class or List A matches. And this academy helps to give those players that opportunity to enter the first-class and List A arena in a framework that is development-focused, right, and not so much on their immediate impact in terms of performance. So Wes also spoke to that space that is needed for our players to learn the game, right, and to have that accelerated skill development as well as personal development. The Women's Academy caters to players who are on the fringes of selection for the women's senior team. So both academies serve a slightly different purpose based on the different level of maturity between the male and female pathway. This academy allows our women who are just on the cusp of breaking into the international team to be able to upskill themselves and ensure that when they do get that opportunity at the international level, that they can perform competently. Both academy system also creates opportunities for additional tours and tournament. Our men's academy hosted Ireland last November, and we just recently announced the tour, the reciprocal tour to Ireland coming up in June. This high-performance system has to be supported by strong capacity building, human capacity, as well as infrastructure. We currently have 6 full-time physios and 6 full-time strength and conditioning coaches working along with the professional franchises in each territory. And we will continue to need more of this type of skill set. Ideally, we would want to have an SNC and physio assigned to every regional team at every age group level. So that is a large opportunity for persons to develop themselves in those areas and have an opportunity to earn a living from the game of cricket. Coaching is a very significant area. Very little of what I have outlined previously can be accomplished without a cadre of very competent coaches. Coaching has changed over the last few years as the game has transformed. As a modern coach, you have to be familiar with the technology associated with athlete management systems. And you have to be able to work within an interdisciplinary team. You have to be able to take information from your strength and conditioning coach and your physio, analytics from your analysts, and be able to round that out into a well-balanced program that tailors very individually to specific players and their needs. Curatorship. A lot has been said about the West Indies brand and the need for fast bowlers and the exciting type of stroke-filled batting that we are known for around the world. A lot of that depends on our ability to be able to prepare tracks that favor that brand of cricket. We recently held a workshop under the banner of the ICC World Cup, but very much CWI focus in terms of having competent curators across the region. And going forward, we expect to have a certified training framework for our curators. We also need resilient facilities that can handle the increased load of these high-performance programs, because they require a lot of time on task, and we need to be able to have facilities, for example, that could allow for cricket during rainy weather, indoor facilities, something that I'm very happy to hear Prime Minister Motley express an interest in investing in. And she also spoke very highly about the need to integrate technology. As mentioned before, we do have probably the best athlete management system available, used by all of the international teams. We do have video and data analysis software, strength and conditioning and testing software and hardware. Where we are lacking is the capacity, the human capacity, with the understanding of how we optimize these systems to ensure that our players are able to benefit optimally from them. Our elite teams. So Wes said it probably better than anyone else could. Until we are able to consistently compete and beat the best teams in the world, we will find ourselves at the mercy of the rest of world cricket. Our current performance, recent performance, has benefited from some brand and role clarity. A lot of this has been led by the head coaches. I see Coach Kohli, and I don't think we can congratulate him enough, him and his team, for that win in Australia. Adequate preparation, including physical preparation, skill development, and using data. It was interesting, ahead of an 8-team series, which was, I would say, a lead up to the Australian series. One analyst informed me that the head coach, about a month before the team left for South Africa, was asking for information about the wind direction at the grounds in South Africa. right? And that speaks to the level of planning that goes into these tours, and I would say a shift in the way that we have done things of late. Strategic short to medium term planning, and I mentioned that A-team tour to South Africa, right? And it was no coincidence that Shamar Joseph found himself on that tour where the conditions in South Africa are probably as close as we could get to conditions in Australia. For sustained performance, which has always been the problem, we have always been able to find a good performance here and there, but we know that what we need is a consistently strong West Indies team. We need to ensure that there's brand dissemination, that West Indies brand that we know and love is disseminated to our players further down the pathway. We need to ensure that there is extensive depth charting by role, which is something that we have not done very well, and we certainly need to improve on. Targeted interventions, the bonus points in the Super 50 being one such example. And of course, long-term strategic planning. How do we plan for World Cup 2027, knowing that we have to play and win to qualify, but we also have to be able to build a team in the process that is going to be able to compete. So those are some of the challenges that we face and some of the questions that we have to answer. And I am very confident that with the team of coaches that we are well on our way to getting those done. Overall, in terms of a direction, we have seen the conclusion of the West Indies Championship, where Guyana hoisted a check for $250,000 US. And again, strategically, that is to incentivize our players to perform. There will be similar initiatives in terms of contracts, regional contracts, and international contracts across the cricket system, men and women. Data-driven planning and decision-making. Clear and consistent communication. We spoke about players and the proliferation of T20 leagues across the world and how attractive those opportunities are. And we are not in a position to compete financially. And we risk having a very strained relationship with our players if we start denying them no objection certificates. So what we have done of late, and I would say that it has been trending in the right direction, is that we have communicated with our players. We've tried to find out what opportunities they have, when they have them, how they clash with our international fixtures, and how we can be flexible to allow them to earn, as well as ensure that West Indies has a competitive team on the field. And lastly, but by no means least, and primarily the reason we're here, is collaboration with stakeholders in cricket to achieve mutually desirable outcomes. Right? There is no doubt that everyone in this room wants to see West Indies cricket back at the pinnacle of world cricket in all formats. And we have done it in every format at one point or another, and hopefully soon again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to, of course, the presentation from Mr. Miles Bascom. We'll now be inviting a question and answer segment for this session 3, CWI Cricket and the Performance Framework. And Mr. Dario Bartley, CEO, BMP Sports for Caribbean and the Americas, will join Mr. Bascom on stage for this segment. And it will afford the opportunity for some interaction. There will be microphones that return to the floor, and they'll be taking your questions. I just have to get a microphone for Dario, and we'll be underway. So the floor is open if there are questions. You have it? Excellent. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please allow me to adapt to all protocols previously established. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm PM Rowley and Dr. President Kieron Pollard. The floor is now open for questions based on Director Bascom's presentation. I'd firstly like to go to table 14, where we have a question.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Natalie Campbell Rodriguez. I'm sure there's no doubt which country I'm from. I don't know, maybe you don't know the colors, but I'm Jamaica's High Commissioner to Trinidad and Tobago and to the wider region. Mr. Bascom, thank you for that outline as to what is happening or is set to happen with Cricket West Indies. And I know that there are those who may want to, but shy away from Jamaica's decision not to participate as a host in the upcoming games. But that's another story for another day when we have more time. My question today is primarily this. In this room with us now are a lot of legends, are a lot of persons who are integral to what West Indies cricket was. Where are the young people? There are less than 10 persons in this room today that we are planning for. And as a development specialist by training, it's difficult for us to plan properly, almost impossible for us to plan for a group of people who are not at the table sitting and speaking with us today. Now, earlier, one of my countrymen, Michael Holding, he spoke about the fact that we need to find ways to allow our cricketers to make money. Outside of those from Barbados, and I stand to be corrected, the rest of the cricketers don't get a chance to make money. And when a man cannot feed his family, he's bothered. So I think one of the most important things we need to look at is how do we do like what is done for the track and field athletes and the footballers, where they play for their country, but they also get an opportunity to make money otherwise. And that's something that I think we should focus a little bit more on, other than just ensuring that we get some young people in this room. I've counted less than 10, and I tackled one of them who happened to be at my table, and he was so embarrassed that I tackled him to ask him, so what do you think as the future of the game? As you can see, I'm full of gray hair, so I am of the past from the game. I'm not of the future. So my thoughts are only relevant to a certain point. And I just wanted to say, Mr. Bascom, are you okay if the West Indies cricket team selection gets to a point where whichever country you are from, no players are selected because they don't match up to what the team is looking for? Or are we running a cricket West Indies where every country must have a player, even if at the end of the day, it's a less caliber team than what is needed? It's a question that has to be asked and answered. So I would just love to hear your thoughts on that. And also, how many of us are willing to give up our egos for the greater good of Cricket West Indies?
Thank you, and yes, a quite relevant question, and thankfully it's one that is very easy to answer. And I'm sure that, you know, in the spirit of why we are here, that most people would agree with me that the West Indies team on the field is in maroon or they're in white. And so long as that team is representing West Indies, I think it was mentioned earlier that when we were at our best, no player or nobody cared about where the other player was from, right? So to answer your question, I'm perfectly fine if there are no Vincentians or Windward Island players on the team at a given point, provided that the best team is on the field.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I can speak for the persons who I interact with at CWI, and I can tell you that everybody who I have interacted with so far, including administrators at the territorial board level, I have not met any resistance, and I have met persons who are completely committed to driving things forward.
Good afternoon. Tony Gray, former West Indies player. I'm at also the University of Trinidad and Tobago. And a special good afternoon to the iconic figures of our game, people who've made an indelible contribution and an invaluable contribution to not just West Indies cricket, but world cricket, and by extension, world sport, and have made a valuable contribution to the great and positive history of West Indian people. The question I always ask, and because it fuels and evokes perhaps imagination and deep analytical discussion on West Indies cricket, is why haven't we done the analytical research? If we had the best team for not just 15 years, but 17 years, we had the best fast bowlers, we had the best batsmen, we had the best fieldsmen, and we have not done the analytical research. We talk about the modern times, and we have to be modern, but we have to mix it with the past. My question is, if we had the God-given ability to bring back one of those teams that dominated the world of cricket in test match cricket and one-day internationals into this era, would we still dominate? Would we still be as good? Or would we fail against these teams? And not just test match cricket and one-day internationals, but also T20 cricket. And to have a clarity of mind, let me just name my team. So Gordon Greenwich, who I got out a couple of times, must add that. The most honorable Dr. Desmond Haynes, Sir Richie Richardson bats at 3, the Master Blaster bats at 4, obviously Clive Lloyd, Sir Clive Lloyd now bats at 5, Larry Gomes 6, Jeffrey Dujon 7, the late great, and should be Sir, Malcolm Marshall bats at 8, number 9 would be Sir Andy Roberts, my friend. Number 10, my idol, Michael Holden. And number 11, Joel Garner. If we had that ability to bring back that team into this era, would we not beat people and dominate still and set the pace, no pun intended? And I have a connective question. Given the fact, Miles, that this is an era of science, sports science, and also, changes in everything, the psychology of people and general things, business and sport, would we still be there?
I believe so. And the reason I would give is one that Sir West explained earlier, that every team that has dominated world cricket has done so on the back of a very good fast bowling attack. And you just named probably the best ever fast bowling attack that there was.
Well said. And that's why we have to look and research, use the universities throughout the Caribbean. We are embracing misconceptions all of the times. We looked at county cricket, for example, and I played 4 years for Surrey. And we say that's the reason why we dominated world cricket. But before we reached there, we had to be good because we weren't going to get contracts. So from my estimation, going on all types of workshops throughout the world, we went through what we call the perfect preparation. Societal influences, yes. The critical thinking games that we played as children. The cross-training that has now become a science. And obviously county cricket that gave us 19 games in cold climatic conditions that we didn't have in the Caribbean. So what we had was the comprehensive development of our players. And we have not done the analytical research. It's sad. That's the saddest thing that has happened. Somebody talked about ignorance. We are ignorant. And what we have done too, because of that ignorance, we've seen a deletion of a lot of systems that used to work that can still work. One of the misconceptions about what we have in the Caribbean is leaders are born. Is that Clive Lloyd's history? Sir Clive Lloyd's history? He had to lead his family at the death of his father. He developed those habits, and this is something that we have not done. We've not done the individualized research on our players. So we have lost the educational essence of the past, and we have been just embracing other people's education, and we have not embraced our own. So let's do the research. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm seeing a question, I think, from table 20. Just prior to that, Miles, I think that there's something based on the presentation that I wanted to ask you. The first under 23 tournament will be held in 2027, I think you mentioned. So in development of that program, I was just wondering what is going to happen between now and then?
Thanks, Dario. So the intention is for there to be local territorial development of that under 23 age group. So in year 1, 2024, the territorial boards will decide on what works best within their cricket system. I know that Trinidad also, already has a thriving under 23 program. The framework in the Windwards and Leewards we know is a little bit different. So we will take guidance and collaborate with the territorial board to ensure that we have a program that meets the needs and the objectives that we have set out. From year 2, we expect there to be bilateral tours, which is something that we want to encourage at even other levels to have visiting neighbor, and in year 3, we would have a reciprocation of that bilateral arrangement, and then in 2027, a regional under 23 tournament.
Thanks, Director. Please proceed, table 20.
Mr. Bascom, Colin Murray is the name. I just want to touch on the 4-day championship, and you congratulate Guyana, and yes, kudos to Guyana. Their opening game was rained out, and they showed real grit and determination and consistency to win the title. My question is, the season, to me, the first class season in the West Indies is too short. We need to rethink going forward a much longer first class season. Maybe home and away ties or whatever happens. Let the teams play each other twice. Because we are in the middle of April and our first class season is done. What happens to people like Mikhail Louis, who scored over 500 runs? What happens to him now? Because our next door, and I would expect his name must be on the minds of the selectors to go to England, our next door is July. What happens to these younger players
who are not afforded contracts to go to England and places like that, and who not playing France. And I'm really not interested in who is playing T20 cricket, because we are going for a test series. We had our last test series in January, and our next test series is in July. Our first class series started sometime in February, finishes in April, and our youngsters in particular, what are they going to do until we get some sort of training camp going? These guys need to be in the middle. These guys need to be playing competitively until we are ready for England. So my question to you quick, simply is one, why isn't our first class season longer? And please, don't tell me money, okay? We need to go out there and find the money. Go and find it, right? This is West Indies cricket. This is first class cricket. This is giving our guys more cricket. Firstly, we're talking about red ball cricket and fellas finishing in April. And if you're not a Jason Holder or Jaden Seals, you have nowhere to go until you're ready for the training camp. So that's one. Why isn't this season longer? And what are we doing with the youngsters who are finishing the season in April, and we have a test series in July? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. When you take away money, you take away half of my answer. But what I will say to answer that question is that all of these players, or the vast majority of these players who played in the first class season are contracted professional players that belong to a franchise, right? So the tournament, the competition is one aspect of your year of cricket. Right, there is still opportunity, right? There are deficiencies that would have been seen in the tournament, even for somebody who performed as well as Mikael Louis did. And those need to be addressed. And so this period, after a bit of rest, I hope, judging from the tired legs and so on that I saw in the last round of that West Indies Championship, there is still that need for our players to go back and for the coaches to assess their performances, identify those areas of deficiencies, and start to put a plan in place to ensure that they are moving from strength to strength. So the first class season increased this year from five matches to 7 with the inclusion of the CCC and the academy. So they have a season that has been extended from the last couple of years. So my answer to the question effectively is that the end of the West Indies Championship should not be the end of cricket for the time being for these players. It should be a transition from competition into assessment and further work within their territories or franchise.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Earl Huntley from the Prime Minister's office in St. Lucia. My question is partly a follow-up from the last two contributions. To succeed, you have to work at your game constantly. You cannot succeed at any international sport if you're not working at your game all the time. And if we look at the success of our team in the heyday, there were two factors that were important. One, of course, was the talent. But as has been said, a lot of them played county cricket. And therefore, that meant that they worked at their game all the time. We have the franchise system, as you said, at the territorial level. I would like your thoughts on that, on the proposal I'm going to make. That for the test team, that what we should do is pick a squad of 20, 24 players, put them on a 3-year contract, base them in one country, let them come and work at the game every day as professional cricketers, professional footballers, professional sportsmen. practice, you practice, you practice, you train. Yes, we'll have to compete for salaries with T20 cricket, but as somebody has said, we have to find the money. Your thoughts?
Thank you. In terms of a 24 or a squad of test players that would be domiciled in one territory to train, it's something that I have given thought to, even before taking up this role. But within the franchise system, we have the capacity to achieve the same goals. The players are intended to be with their franchise, within their territories, working day in, day out as professionals. And if we remember where this entire idea of the franchise system originated, it came from a recognition that our players were trying to compete with professional players across the world who have an entire day dedicated to improving their skill. And so the franchise system came in place to, at least in some way, allow for that barrier, right? The barrier of having to work and then train for cricket part-time, to ensure, at least for our top 90 or so players, for them to have that opportunity to have an entire day worth of training available to them without worry for resources. So the franchise system is intended to do exactly what you outlined and to achieve the objective that will be achieved if we were to domicile 24 or so players in the test team.
We have a question at table 1. If I get a microphone at table 1, please.
Thank you. Derek Murray. Quick comment. Congratulating you, Mr. Bascom, and Linford Inverary for his introduction of the presentation on the strategic plan. Very impressive plans. And just one thing, I embrace the use of technology, etc., AI, whatever the latest thing. I think it should be stressed somewhere in both presentations that no success at all is possible without sweat. And at the end of the day, whatever technology and so you use it, if the players don't sweat plenty, often, there is no success. Question. Cricket has just been accepted or admitted into the Olympic Committee for inclusion in the 2028 Olympics. So that means the time is coming for qualification. For 96 years, West Indies as a team has been an integral part of the fabric of global cricket. Has there been an approach to the Olympic Committee that they include a West Indies team in the Olympic Games, notwithstanding any right of any of the individual territories to qualify in their own rights if they so desire, but an integral part of international cricket is the West Indies cricket team. Has an approach been made to the IOC to admit West Indies as a team in the next Olympics? Thank you.
Thanks again for your question. And the short answer is no such approach has been made. It is still quite a conundrum to work out exactly how, as a West Indies, how do we facilitate breaking ourselves up to compete as individual countries for the Olympics. That probably needs to be the next question for a forum such as this one.
Director Bascom, I just want to go to a question from the audience. And it's a two-part question, actually. Part one of the question asks, considering the crucial role that cricket academies and youth teams play in nurturing talent and promoting the sport's growth, particularly in the context of West Indies cricket, what measures are being explored or can be implemented to collaborate effectively with these entities?
I think the first thing is to have an established working academy, which is what we want to do. And the idea at CWI is that we try to create templates. So our academy system, when we get it right, I can't say that it is ideally placed as of yet, but that system we would like to be able to roll out. So the franchise system is an example of a high performance, you might hear me use the term interchangeably in terms of academy and a high performance program. So we are trying to get the formula right in terms of our academy. We know that there has to be heavy focus on skill development, but as was mentioned earlier in proceedings, you also have to develop the person, right? So we have to be able to find a balance, and as soon as we are able to determine that we have a working template, we would be very happy to share that system with anyone interested in starting, whether it's a private enterprise or whether it's a government or territorial board that is trying to implement an academy system.
And part two of that question is, how can cricket authorities work in tandem with these academies and youth teams to ensure a coordinated approach that optimizes resources and opportunities for the development of West Indies cricket?
So this is exactly the reason why we want to be able to develop it at the West Indies level, and it makes it easier for there to be alignment, because it will be developed based on a West Indies cricket brand with our values, with an understanding of the science that goes into it, the technology that would be required to run it effectively. And as long as we can define a working system, then it becomes a lot easier for us to disseminate that throughout the system.
As we approach the end of our session, just one more question from the stage, if you don't mind. And it relates to a challenge that you identified for Cricket West Indies earlier in relation to that gap between the grassroots cricket and that under-15 tournament. And earlier we heard Mr. Mike Finlay as well plead with the governments to possibly take over primary schools cricket, because that's where that gap used to be filled. Do you have any thoughts on that and how that relationship can work to ensure that we do fill that gap and we're creating a sustainable future for Cricket West Indies?
Yes, I do think that there is a huge role for schools cricket. One of the challenges with organizing cricket in the West Indies is to find that stable infrastructure, that stable structure where you can disseminate the skills training and the additional training, the tactical training and the technical development that players need, especially at that very early and impressionable age. But we have seen other initiatives. St. Lucia, for example, has a very vibrant private academy system. Barbados has, I know of clubs that have youth programs, and of course those have a huge role to play as well. So the key would be to ensure that what is taught in whatever sphere, whether it be at the club level, whether it is at the school level, whether it's in a private academy, is to ensure that there is alignment between what is taught there and what is expected as foundational principles for the development of future West Indies players.
Thank you, Director Bascom. At this point, I'll give the room an opportunity, if there are any burning questions, to just give me a hand raise and I could get a microphone to you. I'm seeing one at table 12. And after the director answers that question, I think that'll basically bring us to the end of this part of the engagement today.
Good afternoon, Kieron Pollard, Trinidad and Tobago Sport Company. So I just wanted to ask the Director Bascom, with regards to the sport performance, I guess, framework that you described, what plans do you have to have the competencies in each territorial board with regards to what we might deem basic services, strength and conditioning, sports psychology, etc., within each board, so that when the boards, with the players within the different territories, the first time that they actually engage in a proper strength and conditioning program is when they reach to the academies or whatever is the program, or they get selected for a team. So that's one, in terms of what is just the general plan. And two, have you all scouted the region for entities that may already have a similar type system? So shameless plug, Sport Company has something similar. So in terms of being a partner with CWI for something like that, because at our system we have strength and conditioning, sports psychology, performance analysis and testing and so on. And we'd be happy to be a partner with CWI in terms of furtherance of your plan. So just a couple of comments. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So the plan generally is to leverage the franchise system as it exists. So we do the capacity development for the coaches, for the S&Cs and physio, and then we use those persons who will be placed in territory to help to fast track the education of the local professionals. And of course, we are very happy to collaborate. Again, it was the last but not the least point that I made in terms of collaborating with entities that have similar objectives as we do in terms of development of our young talents.
This officially brings us to the end of this session. I just want to say thank you for all the contributions throughout the room and even online.
Thank you.
And our thanks indeed to the contributions from Mr. Miles Bascom, Director of Cricket West Indies, and for facilitating Mr. Dario Bartley, CEO of BMP Sports for Caribbean and the Americas. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to push through in the interest of time in preparation for our third plenary. So if you see a little bit of movement on stage, that's because the organizers want us to push through on the program. In that regard, permit me to advise you of two additions to our program tomorrow. You may have noticed that a cricket icon and legend in his own respective right may not have been highlighted this morning. Well, we wanted to ensure that proper receipt of his contribution, albeit virtual, would have been facilitated without any hiccups. And so the good fortune is you now have a further reason to be here for tomorrow's session, as right after our first break in the morning, Brian Charles Lara will make his contribution to the conference, and we look forward to that. Additionally, during this morning's opening ceremony, we heard reference made by His Excellency, the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, His Excellency Dr. Irfan Ali, Chair of CARICOM at this time. He made reference to a presentation that he would have afforded to the leaders, his colleagues and contemporaries at the CARICOM level, which we are fortunate to be able to share with you tomorrow afternoon. And whilst it contains his feedback, it will be slightly different to his presentation this morning and go into some detail as to the areas and facets that he felt from a strategic standpoint and from an oversight standpoint should be considered. So good news tomorrow. Brian Charles Lara, His Excellency, the Chair of CARICOM, Dr. Irfan Ali as well. And that's also for our online audience. Permit me at this time to also advise that earlier today, with reference to the legends of cricket, whose biodata and general accomplishments I would have shared, seemed to flow quite interestingly, almost as though Encyclopedia Britannica had compiled them. Well, an Encyclopedia Britannica in human form is none other than Mr. Omar Khan, who facilitated the biographies, and I just want to acknowledge the contribution that he would have made to preparing these. So thank you, sir. Thank you, Omar. You are here in the audience. Now, let's get into session number 4, West Indies Players Association Perspective. I hope you're ready for this one. The moderator will be His Excellency Michael Findlay, Sports Ambassador and Cricket Legend. And on the panel will be His Excellency Derek Murray, High Commissioner to Jamaica and Cricket Legend. Former player and first president of WIPA, Mr. Dinanath Ramnarine. Former player and member of WIPA, Ms. Shakira Selman. The CEO CWI, Mr. Johnny Grave. And Director Sport TT, Mr. Jeffrey Gillen. I trust that we've been able to facilitate microphones for all. No, we don't have any as yet. So may I ask at this time, for each of the persons whose names I've called, your instructions are to make your way across to the technical table on your right so that we can have you adequately mic'd and prepared for your panel presentation. And to advise that immediately after that, we'll be focusing on the business of cricket, and we're fortunate to have the agreement of the Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport from Guyana, the Honorable Charles Ramson, who's with us in the audience this morning at the head table. He has agreed to participate in the 5th session on the business of cricket. Just looking a bit further down into the program, the CEO of CPL will share a presentation this afternoon, and we'll also highlight the work of Cage Sports, and then there'll be a plenary that's chaired and moderated by CWI Director Deborah Coriat-Patton before we retire for refreshments. A lot of work taking place behind the scenes, but we're more or less getting everybody in good gear for us to proceed with our 4th panel, the 4th session that focuses on the West Indies Players Association's perspective. Permit me to thank all who have made their questions from the floor thus far. Permit me also to request of you, some of you, and the passion is showing, would obviously be quite passionate about the points that you need to make. Just for the purpose of questions, try as best as possible to be as brief and succinct as you can be. It's only because we'd like to keep the program on time, not because we're offended by what you have to say or that we're trying to hurry you up. That's not the intention. We just need to get you in the Hyatt and out of the Hyatt onto your families on time this afternoon. Or else you may get a call asking, where are you? And you know how you have to respond to those when family time clocks in. So we're going to help you as best as possible, and I think we're more or less ready. So may I ask our plenary to please make their way on stage. Excellency Michael Findlay, Excellency Derek Murray, Mr. Ramnarine, Ms. Selman, Mr. Grave, and Mr. Gillen. Please welcome them. And Excellency Findlay, because of your role, we'll kindly ask that perhaps you're somewhere seated in the middle just to facilitate the easy camera coverage. We're doing well. Ladies and gentlemen, session number 4, I hand you over to His Excellency, Sports Ambassador and Cricket Legend, His Excellency Michael Findlay.
Thank you very much. Good evening, afternoon, everyone. I want to thank, first of all, Prime Minister Keith Rowley for inviting me to this very auspicious seminar. It's something that West Indies cricket needs. In fact, we need more than that. I want to acknowledge the presence of other ministers of government and former Minister Keith Mitchell from Grenada. When
Keith played cricket, and we played cricket together, St. Vincent against Grenada. And he reminded me this morning that he got me out all the time. That's yesterday when we arrived. But, all right, I accepted that, but I didn't want to say to him, well, he bowled off break, and I was playing for the ball turning, but it came too straight. Dr. Mitchell, I enjoyed our cricket. So let me give you a little background, first of all, on WEPA, as it's called. WEPA didn't start with Dinanath Ramnarayan, and let me welcome the panelists here. He was the most aggressive of the presidents, and he certainly did a lot. I would say that he did the most for the organization. And in every sport, you need a players' organization because they are really the go-between the players and the management, in this case, Cricket West Indies. And sometimes if you don't have somebody representing the players, the authorities will virtually walk all over the players. But Derek Murray was part of that early administration. Derek and Rohan Kanai and Sagarfi Sobers and the like. And then Dinanath Ramnarayan took it over, and he certainly did a very good job. Sometimes I thought he went overboard, but that's sweet. So that's the background of the West Indies Players Association. And Derek, I'd like to start with you because you were involved at an early stage when the association evolved. Give us some background to the association, its establishment, its role at that time, and so forth.
Thank you very much, Mike. And first, let me thank Prime Minister Rowley for convening this and for inviting me, and for Minister Amy Brown, Foreign Affairs Minister in Trinidad and Tobago, for giving me a couple of days holiday to come and take part in this. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And thanks to everyone who's participated. And before starting, let me just quickly associate myself with the comments of particularly Michael Holding earlier today, but so many others. And I think, as I did in the early years, still think that the governance structure of West Indies, however it's formatted, whatever name you call it, the West Indies Board, is essential to any collaboration, any going forward that we do and make progress in the future. So, roll back to 1973, the West Indies team in England at the time was starting to discuss matters other than simply just how you bat, how you bowl, how you feel, and what tactics you use in a particular cricket game. And obviously, the West Indies would have been the lowest paid team in world cricket at the time. Not that there was any great amount of money going on, but at the end of the first test match between West Indies and England in that series, the English authorities had indicated that they had collected enough revenue from those matches to fund their cricket for another few years. And the West Indies were the poor relations, and were hearing that for the first time. So back in 1960, the West Indies had started becoming known as the top team in the world, even though we had lost the series in Australia just before that. So people started comparing the fact that from 1928, when we entered the test field, to 1960, we had managed ups and downs, but to emerge not just as the top playing team, but also the most attractive team in the world. And we've heard a few comments about how schedules were changed to accommodate West Indies teams going around the world and playing and filling the coffers of the other teams. And we were continuing to be the poor relations. So we were going to form a players association. The only other team or nation that had one at the time was England. And so we started for communication, really to be able to discuss matters with the West Indies board, as it was at the time, formed of members of particular boards representing their territory on the West Indies Cricket Board. And so I remember the manager of the team at that time saying, look, if you all write this letter and say that you're forming an association, you all might be in trouble. And if you, Derek Murray, put your name, as we then said, secretary, and communication has to come through to you, you are the target. So we were under no illusions that we were going into new territory and there were risks involved in it. But we were committed to playing for the West Indies and doing the best for the West Indies. And we were able to have communication with the board members at the time, various presidents. And the way the board was structured at the time, forgive me if I'm going back in history that all of you know, the president of the board then became the home of the board for that period. So if it was Alan Ray, the board was in Jamaica, there was a Jamaican treasurer, there was a Jamaican secretary, and the back of somebody's, trunk of somebody's car was the office, and that was it. And there was rotation. So next in line was Jeff Stolmeyer from Trinidad and Tobago, and you move then to Clyde Walcott in Barbados. So it was known how this circulation was going to take place, and it was very orderly. Some may say very amateur, etc. But we discussed important things. Even when there was disagreement, we could, because the board members, by and large, were people who had been through the game like we were progressing. And they were people who we admired and looked up to and would be the ones to help us when things went wrong on the field, when things were going wrong somewhere. So even though we talked and they said, nah, you joking, you can't get paid so much money for this, this is ridiculous, there was still communication. And one such president would always be a mentor to all of the players here and would say, you guys have to learn to bat long. So you understood what it was to represent the West Indies. You guys need to be able to do this. And what we are doing here is not for personal gain or for anybody's finance, but let us do the best we can for you. And also, we would then expect you to be participating in all the Shell Shields, Red Stripe matches, whatever we were, so that we kept the strength of the cricket going. And each match was like a test match between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago, or Jamaica, Guyana. So there was real, the combined islands were still in their infancy before they split into leewards and windwards, but it was all progression. And we could discuss things like whether we had bonus points in the cricket, whether we had restricted first innings, etc. So there was a lot of discussion about the cricket matters as well as the finances. And so the important thing, though, and I still think, no matter what era you talk about, communication between players and the board is absolutely essential for any progress to be made in terms of the cricket. And in addition, what that did was build trust between the players and the board. So while we agreed to disagree on certain things, we knew that they were the people that we looked up to as our mentors, our idols from before, and we could talk to them about whatever needed to be talked about, how you could adjust towards how you could incorporate in those days the 50-over matches in with the test matches to make sure that all the star players from Sobers right down, everybody participated in all aspects of West Indies cricket and were available to discuss any matters with any of the board members. So that depended on the credibility of each of the board members in terms of their own status within the game, but also in terms of the trust that the players could have in them, and vice versa. So it was hopefully a situation that helped to work and helped to maintain West Indies in what is loosely called the glory years in the early days of Test cricket becoming established. And just one point I'd like to mention. The 1960 team, captained by Worrell, and by the way, it will be the 100th anniversary of his birth in a few months' time, and it might be worth, if we come out of this symposium over the next 2 days with something tangible and worthwhile to dedicate this to Sir Frank Worrell, the first non-white West Indies captain, to celebrate a unique person and a unique part of history. And I think it's important to notice that that kind of credibility, that kind of trust between players and board is really important for us going forward. But if we can try to replicate that, we're on the path to invigorating West Indies cricket, whatever to do. So I hope that the player-board relationship could continue to exist. And there's one thing I need to ask the board. I don't know who can answer this. But one of the things that we are most proud about in that first cohort of the Players Association is that together with Dick Hobday, who was then the treasurer of the board, we established a benevolent fund for players where whatever you earned, whenever you earned it, 5% of the players' income went into the fund, and the West Indies board matched that by 10%. So I'm hoping that with all the incorporated and whatever companies the board forms and calls themselves, that they still have maintained that, so at least players in the future can still benefit from that when the playing days are over. But yes, I think we can be proud of the contribution off the field as well as on the field the West Indies players made in those early days.
That's excellent, Derek. So you fellows worked double time because you played the cricket at a high level, and then you went and organized so that there could be fair play among the players and good rapport between the board and the players. That was most excellent, Derek. And the cricket in those days was good too. I remember the Tantimore match at the Oval.
Excellent.
And the relationship between both teams was fantastic. Now, fast forward a few years, and you come to Mr. Dinanath Ramnarayan, the man who, more than anybody else, brought the West Indies Players Association to the fore. He was the mouthpiece for the players and for the association. In fact, he reminded me so much of the old days of people like Buzz Butler in the trade union movement, because he was aggressive, he gave no quarters. So Dinanath, tell me about your role now. You had a very important role, didn't you?
Yeah, but thank you very much. I've forgotten so many things because it's been a long time. But again, thank you very much for the kind invitation and for arranging this, Honorable Prime Minister. I'll start by, when I started as president of the Players Association. In fact, interesting that Derek ended in a sense with the Provident Fund. It was the fact that the players, the board invested all the monies of the Players Fund, and they lost every cent. And that was my first issue to deal with when I took over the presidency of the Players Association. And I really would like to, it went on for a lengthy period of the board not wanting to actually pay back the players, but so as all ensured. That was one of the first things, and the first interaction I had with him as president of the West Indies Players Association, ensured that every single cent was paid back to the players. And I want to, publicly thank Mr. Wes for that. The second thing he did as president of the West Indies Cricket Board is that he increased the fellas' first-class fees. The groundsmen were making more money than the players. The umpires were making more money than the players. And he agreed to increase the players' first-class fees by 13%. And the third thing he did in that agreement that we had after there was a strike by the players, regional players that is, he agreed for us to establish the first collective bargaining agreement and memorandum of understanding and retain a contract where players were actually retained annually to play for the West Indies. So that was my start in terms of dealing with, starting as president of WIPA. But I think that, over the years, when I look back, what transpired and so on, I think that, from our perspective, a strong West Indies cricket board, strong regional boards, is something that we always wanted, in a sense, because if you have a strong board, then it means to say that you're able to always have the best players, always have funds that would be able to invest in the players and the development of the game and so on. And during the period of time, I think that my conversations with various presidents, we realized that what it did by the many arbitrations, we have been, during my time with the West Indies Cricket Board, we have been to 15 arbitrations, we won all. But it also, I'm not gloating about that, I'm just saying that what it did, it actually, the board realized that, look, we needed to get professional people to be part of the board, to be able to address some of the very complex issues. And the issues were very complex, and I'm happy to see former Prime Minister Dr. Keith Mitchell. We used to be in his office probably at least 3 times for the month. He used to miss cabinet meetings and so on. But such was the importance of the issues. And dealing with things, complex things like intellectual property rights and so on. That I feel that and it was, as you rightly say, sometimes it was difficult to be, sometimes it was unnecessary. But I think it helped West Indies cricket in a sense, the West Indies Cricket Board in a sense, to professionalize itself. My good friend Johnny Grave, he worked, many people don't know, but or may not know, but he worked closely. I met Johnny, the first time I met Johnny, he worked for the Professional Cricket Association in England, which is the WIPA equivalent in England, and they obviously would have had a lot of issues and so on. So I'm happy to see someone like that with this, he was commercial, in charge of commercial, being in charge of West Indies Cricket Board now. So I thought that during the time it allowed West Indies cricket to professionalize a little more. Is it where we are today? Are we satisfied where it is today? The answer to that is no. I think that people would have spoken and so on. And I think that it's a great opportunity for this to have a conference like this, where you're hearing diverse views and so on that will be able to help us. Because I think that a strong West Indies cricket board, strong territorial boards are important, and that relationship, and Derek spoke about it, the communication. So you have a situation where, the situation where the game has changed significantly, and where players now, in my respectful view, seeing what is taking place, players understand the commercials better than the board, where the players are, it's not that there are no issues over the last 5 years. They always have issues, and so on. They will always have issues. You look at every single sport, football, cricket, tennis, basketball, they're going to have issues, fight about what they should be paid, what they shouldn't be paid, certain commercial issues, use of image rights, broadcast rights. They're always going to have issues in sports. That's how it is by nature. But now you have a situation where we have, and that's why it's so important, that relationship between the players and the board to continuously improve, and as Derek pointed out, communication, dialogue, and so on. It's because the players are now basically stating that, look, we don't need to be here anymore. When West Indies cricket was the only option for us to play, or you to play with your territorial teams, now you have many players who have opportunities because there's so many T20 cricket around the place. So it's an issue, and it's an issue that needs to be aggressively dealt with, as well as what's taking place in America, as we know. They're developing cricket. It is an issue, and it's something that we all have to find some sort of resolutions, find some ways in which we can do that, because we face a situation where many of the players who have relationships in America and so on will go to the US and so on. So these issues are serious issues. It's issues that but there's an opportunity. And I look forward to hearing the others,
Dennis, I should have had you to negotiate when I played. At that time, I tell you the stark reality is that we were paid $30 a day, wasn't it, Derek? Remember that? $30 a day in the currency of the host country. So that we all loved to go to Jamaica because the Jamaican dollar was high that year. But despite the low fee, we played a high standard of cricket, didn't we?
Very competitive.
Yes. Shakira, you are a youngster in this thing, and you have benefited from it. Tell us your feel on that, on the whole question of WIPA, its role, so forth. You think they should be more aggressive, or you think they're doing a good job?
Good afternoon to everyone. And firstly, let me apologize for the absence of my president, Mr. Viv Richards, who is otherwise engaged. I'm smiling a bit because I had a discussion with Mr. Haynes, and many of the points that we wanted addressed here today at this conference have been addressed by Cricket West Indies representatives. And that's on the back of very positive negotiations we've had with them recently, primarily grassroots cricket, the improvement of women's cricket. And my Prime Minister, the Honorable Mayor Motley, addressed that at the start of her speech. And now we see that there is going to be pay equity for men and women international players by 2027, something that I'm sure we all welcome. We've also seen the increase in the funds that girls get. Now they're being paid $400 US a game at regional level. It may not sound like a lot, but I remember when I was playing a few years ago, we were playing an entire tournament for $150 US. So progress has been made. We also wanted to address infrastructure and elite training facilities. I think it was Mr. Bascom who spoke about that as well. So WIPA has been in communication with the players, making sure that there is clear communication with the players, and then communicating with Cricket West Indies. And I think perhaps we do not need to be more aggressive if we can just keep these communications clear, honest, and we keep the product in mind. If we continue to remember that the players are the product, those are the ones that we are protecting. Those are the ones who step out on the field. And without the players, we have no brand. Without the players, we do not have all of this. And if we ensure that the players are equipped the way that they need to make sure that they can produce whenever they go on the field. We spoke today, I think it was Sir Clive Lloyd, or perhaps it was Michael Holness. I am not sure who it was, but they spoke about winning. No, actually it was Sir Rez Hall, who spoke about winning. We want to win. We want our men to win. We want our women to win. We want our juniors to win. I remember when we won the World Cup in 2016. And unfortunately, I'm not sure how we've benefited since. I think that's something that perhaps needed to be addressed. 3 World Cups in 1 year, something that I'm not sure if another country will ever do. But when we won that World Cup, questions have to be asked as to what was done since, especially for the women. We've had lots of camps, but the women have dropped to since. They haven't been able to compete at the highest level consistently. Credit must be given to the team for winning that game against Australia. I know lots of people spoke about the men winning the game against Australia. The women also managed to win the game against Australia. They must be commended. WIPA continues to support the players. Mr. Murray spoke about the benevolent fund. You spoke about the provident fund as well. And we don't necessarily have the benevolent fund as such, but we do provide support for players who need it. Players around the region who are members.
There's a trend of thought by a number of people who suggest that the players should be paid based on performance. Do you agree with that? I put you on the spot, I'm sorry.
You have.
I'm very sorry.
I think it's easier for people who have not played the game to say that, because many of you who are former, and the legends here, the former cricketers here, you will know that quite often you feel more than you perform. But players are working really hard in the background. And we need to ensure that I said this before, that they're equipped to perform. They will fail. And I do not believe that they should not be paid or they should not be compensated if they do not perform. We want them to perform consistently. We want them to be competitive. We want them to continue to win. But I do not think that we cannot compensate them simply because they're not winning. And if we start to do that, especially here in the Caribbean, then we're forever going to be competing with the franchise leagues. It's a different landscape. We've all said that. It's a different landscape. And actually, with saying that, I need to make the point that there are plans for multi-year contracts to be offered to the players from next year. Perhaps that is one way that we can keep the players playing West Indies cricket, or at least a majority of West Indies cricket.
Dennis, I'd like to hear your take on that question of the criticism that players should be paid based on their performance because they're paid too much and it's gone to their head.
You know, that's something that we've always had to deal with, and the board always came with that issue, and we said to the board, if you will take pay on performance and the players take pay on performance, I suppose we would have that, we'd be able to agree to that, but they never wanted to take pay on performance. But sport is different. The business of sport, you know, the money is made in sport. It's not by gate receipts. It's based on broadcast rights, and there's a performance there that the player is going to pay. People are paying large sums of money for broadcast rights, millions of dollars, billions of dollars. So sport is different from just the normal work where you would say to somebody, your performance is performance on the field by participating. People come to see you, sponsors also put in large sums of money, and so on. So it's not like for like. Sport business is totally different from the normal business, and so on. But so I agree with the points that you've made, that is not my goal. As it is right now, the key is to pay people to actually keep them, simply because you know you don't want them to go. They have options now. So the issue of performance now has to do with a combination of things. What mechanism, what infrastructure is in place for training and development and so on. So the issue of pay for performance, you pay them for their performance, but it depends on how you define performance.
Johnny, I want to come to you now because you have been in the role of a player's representative, and now you are virtually the man on the board who can advise the board members what they should or should not do based on the representation made. Is this difficult for you?
No, I don't think it is. I think the players, as we all recognise, are one of the key stakeholders in the game. And my philosophy has always been, as Din has rightly said, the objectives of the organisations are actually the same. The players want a good, well-run, efficient, strong board, and the board itself want players that are rewarded and motivated and financially secure. So the aims of the organisation are the same, and just like our other stakeholder relationships, like the governments, there are win-wins to be had, I think our philosophy, I can speak to, has always been trying to find that win-win. And Shakira spoke well about it when we met with the players back in August for maybe 4 hours in Barbados. I don't think money came up once. And the players actually wanted and challenged us as a board more around equality of opportunity, equality of facilities and of support structures, one to becoming the best cricketers they could be, wanting to become the best team they could be, with the money really almost being the easiest conversation, which was one of wanting to have that equality in our cricket ecosystem where our female cricketers would earn the same as the men at some point in the future, knowing that we couldn't do it overnight. But yeah, I think I think we certainly don't fight as much as we used to with Weeper, thanks to Dinner's leaving. And, and we probably disappointed some lawyers in the Caribbean as a consequence. But no, I think it's all about mutual respect. It's always about trying to find that common ground. Yes, we as administrators always want a more performance-based system, rewarding the best players and the best performances, and when the team win. But also, we want to ensure that the players aren't worrying about their next bill and their next paycheck. So again, it's about striking the balance. And I think Miles spoke well about, we have to coexist now. The international game isn't the only sheriff in town. We've got other opportunities that, affording benefits to cricketers that probably none of us ever thought would exist. And that, in a sense, creates a different challenge to players' associations because, overnight you become a global superstar with your whole social media history available to the entire planet and $1 million US in your bank account, which can change your life and your relationships overnight. So it becomes one of education and player development more than necessarily one of just fighting for the right. I think the rights to players have now been well established, and as Dinner said, we've got a very transparent collective bargaining agreement that hasn't really changed in its ethos, which is very similar to those of Cricket South Africa, Cricket Australia, and other boards, New Zealand, for example, that have them, where 26% of every dollar that the board raise goes to the players. So around $12 million, $13 million a year is ring-fenced for players. On top of that, we can add around almost $3 million from the Caribbean Premier League. So we're talking about a pot of around $15 million. And there's choices to be made of how we do that, how much is guaranteed fixed pay, how much of that is performance related. But now it's fantastic that our regional players at contract level will be earning on average $50,000 US. By 2025, when our female cricketers play in 2 World Cups in the same calendar year, the 50 over and T20, I think the minimum wage of a West Indies international player will be in excess of $150,000 US. So, and that's just from the West Indies ecosystem. So, yes, is that as much as Australia or the UK or India? No, it's not, but it's certainly not something to be sniffed at. And I think we're never going to be able to compete. So our whole attitude and philosophy needs to be around coexisting, mutual respect, and Derek put it right, it hasn't changed clearly in over 50 years. It's around communication, and the more we can align, not just with our players, but all other stakeholders, the more, as Linford said in our core values, the more that we can unite on and off the field and get on a plan and a path. We've seen it as Andre Coley did. He said, every time we prepare and we plan, we can execute and we can win. And I think that philosophy is one that we're taking very seriously on and off the field, which is uniting together, having a really clear plan and vision that we can all buy into, and then get on with the execution and hold each other accountable.
Jeffrey, it's nice seeing you. I hadn't seen you for a long time. It was very good catching up with you again. From a perspective of Sport TT, what's your take on the relationship between players and the board? Do you think that there were areas that could have been better resolved, or do you think one side or another was too aggressive?
Yeah. Yes. Good afternoon. Well, Sport TT plays a far different role than Weeper. We certainly at Sport TT support the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board in the various programs, development programs, training, and what have you. So from that perspective, the relationship between Sport TT and Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board is extremely healthy and growing year after year. The emphasis from Sport TT is on development, because I'm of the view that West Indies cricket, we need to get back to the top. And Sir Clive Lloyd spoke about Test cricket. I think that's the ultimate. And from a player's perspective, if we get back on top of world cricket, they will earn more. Right? So I think the goal from Sport TT's perspective is to put more money into development. And we can reap the rewards going forward, but we produce better and more technically better cricketers in the future.
Do you think that we can ever reach the stage in the Caribbean, given the scarcity of funds and the disadvantages we have compared to places like India and England and Australia? Do you think we can reach the stage where both sides are very happy of the situation with their salaries, with their conditions of work, and there's no argument about, you know, when the West Indies team was at its best, Derek, you would know this more than anybody else, there were very few questions about players and board, although you weren't getting paid properly. You know, the people will be surprised to know, but you had to be professional with a contract or a contract in Australia to make ends meet, as it were. So do you think we'll ever get back to that stage?
I think so. I think if we are winning, we are successful, more and more people will be happy, even the players. I mean, I remember 1963, I was a little boy, Wes was a big man, he was supposed to be a professional. We got £1 a day payment to go on a tour of England. And we beat England. So 1975, we won the World Cup with the prize money from the World Cup. Each of the players got £250. So I suppose if you had asked me the question about pay for performance in those days, I would have said yes. Pay us. We are the best in the world, so pay us the highest in the world. So that would have been good. But seriously, we can talk all we want about theory and concept and so on. We need to have that good relationship. The Prime Minister, Rowley, opened the conference today by saying that we wanted to renegotiate the CPL contract. And that is absolutely essential that we have. But that is only a small part of the governance of West Indies cricket. And it is the West Indies Cricket Board that sold, I can't make the mistake and say sold out. We sold the CPL for what we did, whatever it is, for 50 years. Madness? Yeah, but that sort of madness might be still going on. And it is a little unfair to heap everything onto the new president, Chalu, and say what you're going to do, how you're going to solve this. We need to solve it. And I hope we can solve it by the end of tomorrow. Because if we continue with the governance of West Indies cricket as it is today, we wouldn't be talking about equal pay and pay. It will have disappeared. We will be like one of the 100 other associate members of the ICC who play cricket somewhere sometime. So we need, because to me, the one major flaw in West Indies cricket is the existence of something called West Indies Cricket Incorporated. That incorporated builds a mentality where a small group of people who belong to this incorporated company believe that they own West Indies cricket, and they have to act as though they own West Indies cricket. High Commissioner Rodriguez from Jamaica asked the question, who is prepared to put their egos down for the benefit of West Indies cricket? Unless we change that incorporated status, we are going nowhere. 1926 to 1960, we became the #1 favorite team in the world by the kind of cricket we played, etc. 1985, 86 somewhere, somebody registered the West Indies board in the Cayman Islands as an incorporated entity with 6 owners. I don't know if the 6 owners paid anything to buy a share, but they own it. So who owns West Indies cricket? West Indies Cricket Board or the 6 territorial boards? Who tells who what to do? Who reports to who? And we, the owners, all the people in here and all the stakeholders we represent in whatever capacity, they are the owners of West Indies cricket. We are the owners of West Indies cricket. And we don't get any reports, we don't get any advanced things. This is the biggest exposure West Indies Cricket Board has had in many years. But who is responsible? Who can make the change? And it's unfair to say that it will be this incorporated entity that will make the change. They can't make the change because they cannot. No president can yet get all 6 people, all 8 shareholders to say, yes, we're going to do this. This is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to run. And cricket doesn't run by academies. 20-year-old people going into an academy, that is too late. All their bad habits have set in. Primary school, secondary school, the clubs, that is where we need to get. And unless we move out or find a way around the incorporated status of West Indies cricket, we're going nowhere. And that's just my 2 cents. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Derek, for your valuable insight. The governance has been one of the main talking points at this summit. And President Shadow has reported over the years the number of attempts made by Cricket West Indies to bring about governance, changes for a better governance of Cricket West Indies. Jeffrey, how vital is that to our redevelopment? How valuable is the whole question of governance? And I want you to look at it very broadly. How valuable is that to our efforts to redevelop West Indies cricket?
Well, I think governance in any organization is critical to the success of the organization. We have heard over the years infighting in boards. Right now, I think we have 2 representatives from each territory. I think for years they've been trying to reduce that from 2 to 1. Why it's taken so long for people to realize that a smaller, more cohesive board would bear more fruit? Decisions would be much faster, and it's better in the interest of West Indies cricket that we have a smaller government structure going forward. And I implore all territorial boards to look at that seriously and try to reduce the amount of directors on the board. I think that is critical for the future of governance of West Indies cricket.
Yes, and Dinners, as one of the driving figures in the Players Association, let's have your take on the governance question.
Well, the issue of governance is always a big issue. I have been one of those who have been advocating for changing the governance for a long time now, even during WIPA and after WIPA and so on. And it's a very simple thing to really fix, to be honest. And the governments are here, and there's an act of parliament. And that Act of Parliament need to be amended. Most of the Acts of Parliament are very, very outdated. It was created in the 1980s and so on. And that gives rise to every single territorial board on how they will behave, how they are supposed to act, and so on. You know, Prime Minister and all the politicians will tell you here, when they go to Parliament, they account for what they spend, what they do, what they don't do, and so on. But there's no real accountability and transparency and governance where it comes to sporting organizations. So millions of dollars pass through the organization, and there's not that real accountability of how they're spending that money and whether the money is spent in the right way, the reasons that it was given, and so on. The Act of Parliament for every single territorial board will ensure, and this could be done by the CARICOM subcommittee, and this is a recommendation I'm putting outside there, that there's a general governance principle in which they operate, and that forms the Act of Parliament. So it's not the government getting involved per se. What the government is actually doing is putting in place a structure in the Parliament that allows for a sporting organization to operate and to behave in a particular way. It allows the sporting organization to operate within those rules. And it's no different from the bylaws or Companies Act and so on, that a company is required to behave. That's all we need to do. If each of these territorial boards are strengthened, it means to say that you will have a stronger West Indies Cricket Board, because each of the territorial boards are required to behave in a particular way. People blame the West Indies Cricket Board for a lot of things. But the West Indies Cricket Board is made up of the 6 territorial boards. If the 6 territorial boards, the governance of the 6 territorial boards are poor, then you expect that the West Indies Cricket Board, that is why to move from 2 directors to 1 director, it's not going to happen. Because the governance of the territorial boards are extremely, extremely poor. It's weak. If you look at, for example, when Australia did their modeling, they talk about the caliber of people that you require. You're dealing with you're dealing with complex negotiations. You're dealing with big contracts, broadcast rights, intellectual property rights, and so on. And many of these boards don't even have a lawyer. They don't have somebody, a financial person, a person with any kind of qualification in finance and so on. You're dealing with very complex issues. Sports is big business. One of the things that happened, that transformed India cricket, is that just a small association took the Indian Cricket Board to court and get them to form a committee. The Bihar was the association in India, it's outside. They get the court to agree to certain governance principles. That changed. It moved the Indian Cricket Board now from an organization that making must be $1 billion to making now several $1 billion. So it's strengthening governance, and I think that to me is the only way. If we leave this meeting here and we expect that the territorial boards and the West Indies Cricket Board is going to change its governance structure, that's not going to happen. There are so many reports that have been written about what should happen and what should not happen and so on.
You spoke about accountability, but isn't the presentation of the audited accounts at annual general meetings accountability?
The accountability in finance is one thing, and that just shows what your position is on for the year. When I talk about accountability, it talks about, Derek speak about contracts and so on. We have had issues, with Sky. We've had issues with Stanford. Yeah. When the ECB got about $20 million, the West Indies Cricket Board, who hosted the game, lose $20 million, right? We've had issues with players. If you go back historically, we've had issues with Digicel. We've had issues with cable and wireless. If you go back historically, you would say that every single cricket contract that West Indies Cricket Board got into, it became a very unfair agreement. What it suggests, it suggests to you that the board don't have the capability and the competence to deal with these things. And that is why you have to look at the different models that exist, the transformation of rights and so on. This is big business. Yeah. We talk about even the capitalization of the arrangement with America. West Indies Cricket Board had responsibility for American cricket. right? But we have given up that. The BCCI has gone in, and most of the people who actually own the teams and they're building facilities and putting in money and so on, the Indian businessmen from India, they are buying up franchises and so on, and they're building that. That is another lost opportunity. So yes, we might be a small country of 6 million people. And obviously, television rights is based on the number of people and so on.
I'm afraid you can go. I know you can go on talking
yes,
forever,
yes.
but I'm afraid we've got to end our session. And I'll now invite members of the audience to. Yes, we have a question from table 1.
Yes, by all means, we'll facilitate the question from Mr. Lloyd, from Sir Clive. Thank you for assisting. A microphone is coming shortly.
Hello? Yeah.
You're going to say that you get 1 pound, you get 2 pounds.
Well, it's an old and decrepit Clive Lloyd. I must say, Kieron, it's a question to you. Is it a situation that the women we have now, why are they not playing Test cricket? That's a question to you. And to Johnny, now, our A team, what is happening to our A teams? Because after the A team is Test cricket. When you go on tour now, you have 1 game or 2 games, you play test match, 1 day, 1 day. There's no way to blood a player. So what is happening to our A teams? Is it that we're too far away from other countries to go on tour? Because it's important for us to have A tours. That's where we're going to blood our youngsters. And so I don't know what is the situation, how are we going to get these youngsters playing Test cricket? And why I asked you that situation about women playing Test cricket, to me, you play the longer game, it helps your shorter game. And I think we have some terrific women cricketers, and I think it's time that we put some money behind them.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Just have time for 1 more question from the audience.
Hold on. Mike?
Can we answer first?
You don't need to answer that.
We'll facilitate the questions in one group because of the interest of time. So you have your hand up. We'll allow you to ask your question, and that will be the second from the floor. Thank you.
Okay. Before we have that question, could I get the answer? Sir Clive asked 2 questions.
Mikey, they said we'll take the 2 questions together.
Yes, we'll take them together.
Okay. Okay.
That will allow for the wrap-up on the panel.
Yeah, Calvin Hope, Barbados Cricket Association, and currently the Director of Cricket West Indies. I have 2 questions for the panel. One is an observation and a question for you on that observation, and then some comments on corporate governance. Firstly, on the issue of money flowing to players and around players, we know that we develop these players, all the territorial boards and Cricket West Indies. And they go on, they develop, and they go and they get contracts worldwide. Is it possible that Cricket West Indies can use its influence to get a system around that? The developers of the players, the territorial boards, and Cricket West Indies benefit from these contracts that players get overseas and outside the West Indies. Because, for instance, you would get, let's take one player, Joffa Archer. Now, he happened to end up with England, but Barbados and Cricket West Indies developed him. And there's no transfer fees. Now, in football, we know what happens there. Now, I think that is something that we need to look at in cricket and should be explored at cricket at ICC level. Right? Now, secondly, the management of players. we develop these players. Currently, no territorial board is really making money from cricket. We just put it in money, put it in sweat and tears and developing the cricket, but the money never comes back to us through anywhere except for CPL, where there's an arrangement, not CPL, IPL, where there's an arrangement that a percentage of not of a player's contract, but on top of the player's contract, comes back to Cricket West Indies, and that percentage is split 1/3 to Cricket West Indies, 1/3 to the territorial board, and 1/3 to the club that the player comes from, if that club had developed him up to 19 years old. Now that's only with IPL, and I cannot see why the other T20 leagues who are contracting our players, why that can't be done, or what is the resistance there, right? So you can respond to those questions. The second thing, there is a notion that territorial boards are blocking governance reform of Cricket West Indies. There's nothing further from the truth in terms of Barbados in particular, and from what I have seen for the last 6 years of seeing the reports. I have read every single report. The complaint is by territorial boards is that they are the last port of call when you're talking about corporate governance. Whoever is preparing these reports, they go, they talk to everybody else, and then they have the report and come back to the territorial boards, say, this is what we got. So I think sometimes you get the cart before the horse, right? And that causes a problem. I think this is an excellent opportunity. The last governance report, I can tell you that in particular, Barbados held its own caucus on corporate governance, and it was facilitated by a professional in corporate governance, a professor at University of the West Indies. And we responded to the resolutions, and as far as we were concerned, things were moving along well. Barbados had one concern, and the concern is that we believe that elections in West Indies cricket for a president and vice president is causing a problem. It is causing division within the boards, and there's a lot of electioneering and horse trading, and I'm not going to mix my words. It is seriously damaging the unity of the board.
Thank you very much, Calvin, but that's going on another area that we're not discussing in this panel. So I want to thank the panelists very much for their really important contribution to this discussion. Thank you very much, and thank the audience also for your questions.
So before we leave, we'll allow the responses, Mr. Finley, to both, Your Excellency, to both women's cricket and development of the A-team and governance.
And I thank you, Sir Clive, for asking that question. And I feared throughout this symposium that not many of the stakeholders were particularly worried about the state of women's cricket and what needs to be done for us to compete. And perhaps Johnny is going to have to answer the question as to why we are not playing Test cricket, because I know we have asked many times to play Test cricket for the same reason that you just posited. The fact that we know if we play the longer version, we are going to get better. Many of the players have been asking to play Test cricket, and to my knowledge, it comes down to it comes down to boards deciding to play the cricket. And we have seen before, it used to be Australia and England playing Test cricket, and they have dominated women's cricket for a very long time. In recent times, we've seen South Africa and India, and those are now the 4 top teams in women's cricket. We need not we need not go into that any deeper. because we know we need to play Test cricket if we're going to compete with the best teams in the world. Too many times we've seen the ladies team struggling to bat 50 overs. So we need to play more than one day. We need to play at least 3-day cricket if we are going to compete.
Yeah, but let Johnny answer it.
Johnny, second.
Yeah, look, let me take off my Cricket West Indies hat for a second and put on my hat where I'm on the ICC Women's Committee. I firmly believe that West Indies women's players should play Test cricket. And the reason I say that is not because I think just the fact that they all deserve to wear a maroon cap if they're good enough. And particularly when we've got one of the best players in the world in Hayley Matthews, I think she deserves the right to wear the proper maroon cap. I think strategically it's more important than that. I think West Indies cricket have to be at every single element of the game at the top table of the sport. And ultimately now when South Africa, India, England and Australia are playing Test cricket at women's level, for West Indies not to be at that top table is a dangerous situation for us to be in, because West Indies must be at the top table of every discussion of cricket when it comes to the global element of the sport. Quite how we can prepare the current team so that when they do get the opportunity to play, that they can do themselves and the region proud, I think is the greater challenge, albeit I must say it was pleasing this morning to hear reports from Pakistan where there was an optional gym session for our players, having come off a whitewash victory, 3-0 in the ODIs, that 14 players out of the 15 turned up for that session. And the only player that didn't was because they were in the physio room. And that's not because of regulations, that's not because of threats of fines, that's about instilling the right professional culture in the team. And so I think that gives us all, hopefully, a lot of hope around the direction that the women's team are going into on the back of lots of the changes that we made. In terms of A-team cricket, it's a huge challenge for us at the moment to build a long-term future tours program for our A-team. We all heard from Andre Coley about the importance of the A-team tour to South Africa and the build-up and preparation for the Test series in Australia. We've got an A-team tour currently happening later this week in Nepal in T20, the first time we played a T20 tour, and it's really around preparing those fringe players or players that may find themselves representing the West Indies in the T20 World Cup to make sure they've had some game time to be ready if they're called into action. We've got an A-team series in the summer that's going to be played in St. Lucia against South Africa. Again, we've got 5 Test matches on the bounce, 3 in England, 2 in the West Indies against South Africa, and therefore to play an A-team series alongside that, if we do get injuries or players lose form, to have players battle ready in the red ball, longer version of the game is really important. So Clive, I can't quite give you a 3-year future tours program of regular A-team cricket, but the intention for both the men and the women's team is to have at least 2 A-team tours a year with a heavy focus on 4-day cricket, particularly for the men. In terms of the view on solidarity fees, the West Indies led the discussions at ICC around regulations of T20 cricket that were finally adopted after 5 years in September of last year. Within those regulations, release fees as they have been known, solidarity fees as they're now being referred to, are going to become not quite mandated as we wanted, but they're in the regulations as that they should be established between member boards. And so we've written to all the boards, or in the process of trying to negotiate solidarity fees across all of the leagues in the world. We've got them now with the Dubai League, in ILT20, with the Bangladesh Premier League, the Pakistan Super League, and obviously with the IPL. And whilst there isn't a transfer system, that's at least one way of everyone in the system benefiting, because again, as Calvin rightly says, those fees are split between CWI, the territorial boards, and their local clubs. So not quite a transfer system, but certainly one that at least gives us some revenue back from when players go and earn overseas. And maybe maybe I could allow you and Derek, who were part of lots of consultation with territorial boards on governance reform, to respond on the governance question.
Okay, well, we have gone over time. I don't have money to pay the panelists over time. So I want to thank you all very much and wish the conference every success.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. All panelists, please make your way to your left and they will facilitate the removal of your microphones. I'd like to invite Dr. Keith Mitchell, former Prime Minister of Grenada and former Chair of the CARICOM Prime Ministerial Subcommittee, Mr. Peter Griffith, OBE, Mr. Charles Pashley, Dr. Kishore Shallow, and Mr. Jason King. Please make your way off to the right side where the microphones will be afforded to you for the preparation of our fifth panel session this afternoon that looks at the business of cricket. Our moderator will be Mr. Chalita Lewis, Head of Marketing of ICC T20 WC, the World Cup. And on the panel, as you've just heard, former Prime Minister of Grenada and former Chair of the CARICOM Prime Ministerial Subcommittee on Cricket, Dr. Keith Mitchell, Mr. Peter Griffith, OBE, representing the Trinidad and Tobago Business Chamber, and I suppose business as a representative is Mr. Charles Pashley, the President of CWI, Dr. Kishore Shallow, whom we've heard from earlier this morning, and Mr. Jason King, Director of Cricket West Indies as well. We are also inviting the Honourable Charles Ramson, Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport. You're on this panel, sir, as we discuss the business of cricket. So we ask that you make your way across to your right in order to be facilitated with the microphones at this point. Coming up immediately after that, we will have a presentation, the CPL presentation by the CEO of CPL, Mr. Pete Russell, and then immediately into a presentation from Cage Sports from its co-founder, chairman, and CEO, Robert Washington. And this will be followed by a question and answer segment immediately after, before we retire to our reception thereafter this afternoon. So we more or less have our plan in place, and it's really just to get us to the point of moving into session 5 as we focus on the business of cricket. Right you are. I think we're more or less in place, and we invite our panelists and facilitator on stage. Chalita, you can make your way on. There's just a need to get some refreshments on the stage as well for our panelists, and then we'll be able to get underway. And a reminder, tomorrow morning we start promptly at 9 o'clock as we prepare for an overview of the day at the start of the meeting and then delve into 3 very important sessions before we wrap the session later on in the afternoon. And there'll be a media conference as well to facilitate representatives of the local and regional media that are here present. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our panel, and chairing the panel is Mr. Chalita Lewis, Head of Marketing of ICC T20 World Cup. The focus is the business of cricket. Mr. Lewis, over to you.
Good afternoon, all. I'd like to adopt the protocols established, but of course, special good afternoon to the Honorable Dr. Rowley for organizing this very important symposium today. And I also want to recognize the legends and all of the associated stakeholders that are here today to make West Indies cricket the best thing about the West Indies as we move forward. I am Chalita Rose, and I'm your facilitator for today, and the only reason why I'm here, and I remind myself every day as my role as Head of Marketing, I grew up 2 streets away from Sir Viv, and I enjoyed Brian's Lara's 375 a day that they suspended school early so that we could have appreciated that moment. And that was my initiation into cricket, and that is the one reason why I'm still working in cricket today. This topic today is very important for us. It's the business of cricket, and obviously that is what's going to fuel the cash for us to care. And so I've always adopted a personality and a concept that the operations of cricket is very wide, is very vast, But if we can centralize the thinking of the commercial responsibility to ensure that the brand is well represented and we as an entity commercially are viable in the space that we operate. And so I'm happy that there is a particular segment within the symposium that looks at the commercial responsibility of Cricket West Indies as an organization. And I'm going to start off by reading a little bit of an in-depth presentation that I took a particular part from. Cricket is more than just a sport. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry that spans the globe and generates significant revenue for players, franchises, leagues, and economies across the globe. And that is what we need to remember for this moment. I think we need to identify why we're not where we need to be and what we need to do to get there. With that being said, I pose my first question today to our president, Dr. Kishore Shalu. And the question is this, Dr. Shalu. Based on what you have seen being involved in Cricket West Indies and across the leagues, are we generating enough revenue from television rights, from gate sales, from merchandise across the entire West Indian product?
Thanks, Shalita. Good afternoon again, everyone. This is certainly a test match today. I'm sure that, persons at this stage of the day getting exhausted, but I'm still happy to see that the majority are standing or sitting and keenly awaiting other presentations later. The whole cricket ecosystem has evolved over the last 10 to 15 years rapidly. And the sport is completely commercialized. And you mentioned rightly, Shalita, that media rights and broadcast are critical components of the revenue. Because of the different aspects of the expenditure of cricket hosting games, as you know, our revenues are hinged to bilateral series, and therefore I will try to simplify this as much as possible. CWI we get our revenue when we host international series. And in a year where we probably host India, England, Australia, we attract greater returns. In the other years when we probably host Bangladesh or Sri Lanka and so on, then the returns are not as favorable. And so it becomes a challenge because the expenses are actually the same, remain the same despite of the tours you host. And because of our small population as well, the viewership from the region, probably 5 million, your bargaining power is certainly nowhere like in India with over 1 billion, right? And so we are at a disadvantage, a significant disadvantage where that is concerned. And we are limited because of that also. And when you look over, I think, 2022 and 2023, we probably had a revenue of, say, circa 65 million, an average. And if you pedal back to 2021, Cricket West Indies was in a deficit of $20 million, right? Currently, and commendations to Johnny and his team, we moved from a deficit to, I think, 10 million surplus. And so it is because we have appreciated over the last couple of years these different dynamics that are going to help affect our revenue, our profit. And we have implemented prudent financial practices to ensure that we are sustainable. One of the things we introduce is doing budgets over a 4-year cycle as opposed to year after year. But we cannot stop there, Shalita, it's critical that we currently diversify our revenue streams, because it cannot just be media and broadcast, right, Tony? And unfortunately, we're not going to host a World Cup every year. All right, so we have to diversify our revenue streams, and part of the discussion I'm hoping from this particular section is some of that. How can we diversify our revenue stream? I have some ideas. I'm sure others in the audience do as well. I think next up we have a presentation from Cage, which could be quite instructive on how we move forward and having, you know, an opportunity to be more sustainable. So I'll pause there for now, Shalita.
Thank you, Dr. Shallow. I think this particular focus has the stakeholders at the table now and a representative from each key stakeholder. And so I'll go to Peter, who is from that business sector. And Dr. Shallow spoke about ensuring that our revenue streams are diversified. From where you sit, Peter, do you think that the business community, and it's a two-part question, the business community has done their part to ensure that CWI Cricket West Indies is funded and supported by way of sponsorship? And two, the flip side of that question, as an entity, do you think that there's more CWI can do to attract more sponsorship from across the region and across the world?
I think that the corporate sector in the Caribbean may not be large enough to finance sports at this level. Surely it will help, but we need larger sponsors. I think that we now think of the world as a village, and West Indies is on the world stage. It's not just Caribbean stage. We need to think outside the box. We need to go further on. Surely we want to include our business partners here in the Caribbean, and we can encourage that. We can find ways for the business communities to sponsor games and so on, club levels, at the national levels, etc. But when you start getting into the West Indies team and the West Indies brand, we need to sell that to the outside world. The TV rights is not being, in my opinion, selling the TV rights outright. I think we can manage that. I think that West Indies Inc. can harness the talent that we need to manage that. Individual icons do it. Rihanna, for example, has a line of clothing. The branding of her name has made her a billionaire. We are talking of players here that are just as popular. The players can be branded as well. The players can have sponsors as well. And we can look out for that all in one goal, but we need to have the commercial section set up for West Indies cricket. And if the board is, the West Indies Management Committee there is willing to sit down and reason and negotiate with the governments and parties put together that can help to bring this together, the system that they have may work. We have to, Prime Minister Motley talk of the horses for the right tracks. We have to make sure we have the right people in the right place and maximize the income. There are other revenue streams we can work. I think that they can do better with respect to selling the West Indies caps and shirts and
merchandise
and brand those things. Arsenal and United do very well. They're not cheap, but they do very well. And I think that we need to do more on that. But the commercial sector has to work. Reporting to the board, that's not a problem, but they must have a hands-off approach and let the professionals do their job.
Thank you, Peter. I'll go straight over now to Minister Ramson from Guyana. But just very important, because Peter just spoke about the sponsorship of players and seen players positioned as brands. We look at Shamar, who has been a recent sensation, and Guyana has taken the bold step of naming Shamar an ambassador. What is the thinking behind that? Is that more for commercial gain for Shamar, or it's a relationship between the tourism authority to attract more to Guyana and also to give Shamar that type of investment from a perspective of earned income?
Look, it's a combination of both. When you're looking at the business of anything, there must be a mutually beneficial situation and relationship. So when we're speaking about this topic, about the business of sport and the business of cricket in particular, you're not going to be able to address the subject without addressing three key areas. One is addressing the governance issue. Two, addressing winning. And three, addressing knowing the facts. I'd like to just take each one in turn quickly and then address on the ambassadors' engagement with Shamar. And you'll see the point ties in together. No business is going to consider their investment that they want to put their money that they have made as part of the profits, their hard-earned profits, towards just a charity all the time. They want to look at you as a brand and see that they're aligning their money, their revenue, towards the improvement of their brand. Winning allows you to attract far more revenue. When Sir Wes Hall just spoke about an hour ago, one of the most important presentations that I heard here, the underlying tenor of all of the points that he was making, though repeated, and I think he has earned that right, is that he spoke about winning. He spoke about winning. And those ingredients have to be inside of the people who are part of the governance structure too. I've seen a lot in the last 3.5 years where I've occupied since I've assumed this position. And I can't say that I'm confident that the existing governance arrangement is going to allow for a serious about turn or a change in course anytime in the near future, because there isn't that fundamental change that is needed to see that root and branch type of reform. If you examine the history of where we've come from, the 1970s as world champions, and to where we are today, it's the management of decline. It's been the management of decline. What's great is that there is far more willingness to engage. Dr. Shallow, I've had a good engagement with. His predecessor, I've had a good engagement with. Far more willingness to engage and to change the perspective about the interest of government being involved as a key stakeholder. I can't say the same was the way it was before. And you are locking out a critical stakeholder who has the capability of making the investment and aligning the resources. Now, we're speaking about the governance structure. The point that Calvin made not too long ago is that how folks get elected, and Dr. Keith Mitchell also said it over lunch, 9 persons control the votes in who gets to control the board and overall West Indies cricket. I don't think that anyone, anywhere in this room or on the street, in all of our territories, would ever be satisfied with that arrangement. Having said that, what I'm also surprised to see is that there is an awareness and an acknowledgement of the problem, but an unwillingness to respond to the problem, despite an overall commitment to see that there is an immediate solution. And I can check with my predecessors or previous heads of state, and they will repeat some of the same issues that are being discussed today, and some of the same issues that we've highlighted in this very same room, as though it is nothing new. So I'm saying we have to be really honest with ourselves. Everybody wants to win. Everybody wants more revenue. The question is how. The question is how. And if you don't have the courage to make the decisions now, then all you're going to do is to continue to manage decline. I want to just make sure that we're all aware of where we stand in the rankings. In Test cricket, we're at 8th in the world. 8th. One days, 10th in the world. T20, 7th. And at the same time, when we speak about the glory of West Indies cricket, that all of us in this room sit on the shoulders of champions that created an entire culture that has changed the way in which every single one of our territories and the people who we became, it gave us an identity. The product is not the players. The product is West Indies cricket. And being able to say that we are sharing the same future with those champions and those winners from before, I can't say that there is a lot of confidence that I can see unless we make the tough decisions. Now. And I also want to say that in relation to our commitment to Shamar, we made foundational investments in cricket. But by recognizing him as a player is really emphasizing the point, which I made at the beginning, which is that it's about recognizing winners too. They won. He went and gave his heart out, just like Wes Hall and all the other legends who are here, to make sure that that team won. And that is why when we see that, governments are willing to make those kinds of investments, because we know that there is an equal and symbiotic type of benefit to do so both for the country and for the people of our country too.
Thank you for that presentation. I think very passionate as we are with West Indies cricket. But I also want to just continue on the line of governments. And of course, we have to the left of me, the Right Honorable Dr. Keith Mitchell. Dr. Mitchell, one of the things that I wanted to get from you today is, based on where we are now, governments around the region, do you think that we need to invest more as governments to ensure that, one, we are getting back to our winning ways so that we can attract more sponsorship, and two, from a position of sponsorship, whether or not there needs to be stronger legislation to ensure that companies who come into the region and operate are making an investment, if not in senior cricket, but at least in some youth form of cricket to enable grassroots to get back to where it needs to be?
Well, let me say that, first of all, before I answer this, I was emotionally moved this morning. And it's because of my being Prime Minister for 23 years and having to interact with the cricketing fraternity and the issues related to West Indies cricket. I know that I myself led the first Windward Leeward youth team in the first West Indies tournament in 1966. That's how old I am.
You don't look at that.
But, you know, and when I heard Michael Holden this morning, the tears flowed. And I know how many of us was either close to tears or in tears. And I looked around the room and I saw the Wes Halls and the Garners and Haynes and all guys, and I said, I could imagine how you guys sometimes go to bed feeling. We are hurting ourselves, damaging ourselves, and not doing enough. Colleagues, I remember a meeting I held in Grenada, and the former Prime Minister of the Bahamas, Christie, was there. As you know, Bahamas is not a cricketing country. And you know what he said to us? He said to us, as a student in England, when West Indies came up there and put licks in them Englishmen's skin, he used to walk into the classroom with his chest high. He felt proud. But Bahamas was a Caribbean nation more than ever, as he's concerned.
So they celebrated the
Yes, yes, how he felt. And therefore, we look at the stakeholders of West Indies cricket. Look at government's role. You asked me about that. We look at the business community. We look at the boards and the territorial boards. And of course, the players and others. The facts are fundamental. If we examine correctly the problem, we have to put most of the sickness of where we are in the hands of the structure, the governance system of West Indies cricket. And I told my good friend there a while ago, you could be the hero. Seriously, you could be the hero. I didn't even tell him the other word that he could be. But I say the hero stuff because I believe he has what I've noticed so far, the right temperament and humility, because that is a key factor. Because the other people I've interacted over the years and board members, the board is up here in the sky and we are down here, so to speak. So, friends, I believe the governments have generally, you could always say governments could do more. But the facts are, governments invest hundreds of millions of dollars in pavilions, playing fields all over the countries. Some governments that have limited resources have spent enormous amount of money. Some governments, when players who have given their time to West Indies cricket and had tough days afterwards, and no one looked after them, you never saw the link with the board and the structure. It has been the governments and the local communities that have to rescue them, so to speak. So I understand this. But we have to look clearly from my own experience over the years. When the structure is there, the thing is popular. Everybody wants West Indies cricket to succeed. So you have everything going for you. And you just have to do what you have to do to make it work. And you have negotiations that deals with financial matters, that deals with the future. But a few people want to make decisions. And you have consultants, you have people who have been successful in business and who have run contracts for international organizations, not just regional organizations, international organizations. And you have them there. But when you look at who sits down and negotiates with ICC and whoever else, with CPL or who, I'm not sure you see that level of professionalism or interest. And to me, you can't continue at that level. There must be a massive change. If we are going to succeed, it cannot be business as usual. I know the attempt of getting the business community in the region. I have never had a problem. Everybody wants to be involved. But then when you get to where the structure is, where the decisions are made, you get that block.
And Dr. Mitchell, I mean, I hate to stop you here, but it leads into my very next point. And I want to go over to Charles on this. And we want to talk about the fact that governments have done a lot. And we're talking about how do we ensure that there are different revenue streams? Looking at the product of West Indies cricket now as a businessman, where are the key areas that you see we could tap into in terms of revenue streams to diversify what's coming into the board?
Great. Well, let me back up a little bit before I answer that. I look at West Indies cricket as a business, and we have a 96-year-old business that has phenomenal following all over the world. People are passionate about the brand, but the business is insolvent. The cricketers don't feel they're being paid enough. The governments believe that we're contributing too much, and businesses are committed to the sport of cricket. Therefore, it leads to what needs to happen with this business, and corporate governance reorganizing the business so that the true opportunities of revenue can be derived from the business. And when you look at sport all over the world, the revenue streams that you gain from television rights, cricket is enjoyed in 110 nations throughout the world. It is one of the most popular sports in the world. The issue is at the base of how we are negotiating our rights. That's one part. The second element of it is I look at it as a business in terms of the succession planning. We have a core of our youth that should be being trained in cricket that are being left out of the opportunities. And it is hoped that the governments are going to pick it up by way of school cricket, which should be a supplement, but not the method by which we ensure that we can build our cricket future in terms of our talent, because people in any organization are key, and we are missing out on the opportunity in our Cricket West Indies plan of training the youth to develop into professional cricketers. So on those two sides of the coin in terms of Cricket West Indies, that's where I see the challenge. But that being said, the business community believes that sports is a great opportunity in building the West Indies and also with building global brands that would be associated with Cricket West Indies. It's a strong brand. We just need to get the reach out there. We need to get the luster back in terms of winning, but it would also help regional brands that want to play on the global scale, whether it's, I wouldn't call brands because that would be unfair to them, but we have liquor brands that are consumed all over the world in the same territories that cricket is watched on television as well. So there's a huge host of opportunities to increase the revenue of Cricket West Indies, and I know the countries have also invested significantly in Cricket West Indies. So it's not a matter of finance and the availability of finance to make it successful. It's how we are earning that revenue out of the system and how we are also reinvesting that revenue in the system of cricket.
Well said, well said. I think what we have to also look at is coming off of the back of your comments, youth. And with youth comes technology. So I want to turn now to Director King, and just to basically put this on the table from a perspective of the CWI executive, the board, the directors, how important is technology now to push forward in terms of ensuring that we're realizing the true opportunities that lies ahead?
Thanks, Charlita. And I must say it's a pleasure to be part of this conversation. From a technology perspective, we have to see technology from all sides. We have gone through this conversation and today speaking about stakeholders, and stakeholders from all angles, whether it's governments, whether it's players, whether it's administrators, whether it's sponsors. And technology in this day and age has a significant part to play. One, in giving you information about what you have done. It can allow you to predict where you want to go. Those are the two ends of the spectrum. And therefore, it can also fill in everything in between. All stakeholders have individual responsibilities and need to be carrying out those responsibilities if we as a cricketing nation are to be successful again. So Wes spoke earlier about winning. I keep recalling as a boy growing up, not hearing a whole lot about the board, the West Indies Cricket Board. Our team was winning. It didn't necessarily mean that the board was also excelling, but it just meant that there was a bit less attention to the board. Now, we can use the technology to give us data to see what is making sense. The other countries have used us as the subjects to study us. They've used technology to capture us. The legends who are sitting here, who would have sat on a tour with under Sir Clive's management and my father's management back in 1988, 89 in Australia, they could remember where other persons came and filmed them as they were training. That team had 3 officials with it, a manager, assistant manager, and Dennis Way as physio. Other countries were using the technology from then. But technology also played a part in a video called Playing Cricket the West Indies Way, which was developed in the late 1980s. It captured opinions of Sir Garfield Sobers, Rohan Kanai, Michael Holding, Jeffrey Dujon. Four legends or icons of West Indies cricket. Have we used that? And we had a bit of technology from then. We have to be willing and accept the change, and that you simply can't remember everything. So it means that you have to have different persons involved to analyze the data and provide you with what you want. That's why companies have business analysts who specialize in that area. We look at our financials and we see we're speaking about different revenue streams. What about analysis of expenses? Expenditure on cricket across the region. Are we as efficient as we can be? Have we tooled our players? I firmly believe that each one of our players from youth cricket should be at least a level 1 coach. And when I'm saying that, it's not so that they have future opportunities, but we have tooled them with the knowledge which they unfortunately are not getting in this day and age because they're not playing the pickup cricket that we would have played. So tool them that allows you to spend less to get them to buy into what the coaches are saying. They can also pass that information on to some of the same primary school children during their downtime. We haven't really spent any money there, but we would have made strides towards getting that message across, which is what we want to do. That's, again, using technology. The players can go out with their tablets, etc., and communicate to the primary schools and build from there, rather than just putting children together to bat and bowl so that they understand all aspects of the cricket. And this is both male and female, because I am very strong about the female game, because the females of the Caribbean are the future mothers of both male and female cricketers, and we know the place that female has in Caribbean society. We need to build on that.
Yeah, and I think, Director King, you're steering me into the direction that I want to go. And President Shalom, I'm going to come to you, and then I want to go over to Peter, because I want to bring to light a particular notion that's on the table, and it's probably something that we need to look at and have a discussion on. how important it is for CWI to develop and separate that commercial arm from the current structure that is there now. And after you would have answered that, I want to go over to you, Peter, and tell us some of the benefits of that particular move for CWI to move into that direction.
Yeah, Charlie, it is absolutely critical at this point. There are over 1.5 billion fans who look at cricket. And with that come over 4 billion in revenue, therefore taken. And I don't think that we have reached anywhere close to our potential in terms of generating revenue. And one of the reasons, one of the contributing factors for that is simply we have had to use or prioritize our resources for cricket development. And so our commercial affairs, our commercial component that has suffered as a result of it. And by separating the entities, creating a new commercial arm to manage every aspect of our revenues, generating activities, that is ideal and most prudent at this point. In fact, the board, Cricket West Indies, has approved this approach from since last year, and we are at a stage now just to procure the expertise to undertake this exercise to help us to establish this commercial arm. I don't think we have any choice. In fact, when you look across just to observe the business models that exist, KFC, you would think KFC, you know, a major franchise system, and you would think that is just one body operating. KFC has a separate commercial arm dealing with those activities. So you would think in the sports industry it is quite relevant, and I'm quite happy that we are there. We have accepted that that is the approach, and hopefully sooner than later this will materialize.
Just quickly to you, Peter, because we're running on time, but what are some of the quick benefits, or what are some of the benefits that we can look forward to once we have moved into that particular transition of ensuring that the commercial entity is separate from how we operate at CWI?
I think we need to hire... Sorry. I think we need to hire the professionals for it. Yes. If we amass the right team or the right company, we can negotiate. Now, the board may be at this time can't afford to pay, but you can negotiate percentages. You can negotiate in it. If we can get the international market moving, you will make money. There are a lot of products out there, a lot of things that you can attach to the West Indies cricket and to the players. And I mean, the branding is limitless. And I think that we just have to have the will to do it. I'm pleased to hear that they're thinking of going in that direction. But you have to make sure, as I said, you have a hands-off approach, because you can't bring professionals in and then try to control them. In business, you don't give somebody a job and then try to do it. You don't need them. If you're doing that, you continue to make the mess. So you leave them alone to do the job, but you make sure you get the right horse running. And I think that we can capitalize on many things outside of television rights. The television rights brings the money. The viewership is huge, but we have to capitalize on other things. I think the region can supply as I said earlier, the national and club leagues and so forth. We can work with that. If we support the club league, and I mean a regional club league now, we can raise the level of play. We can help with facilities, and there you can bring the same branding down to that level, and you will see money flowing as well. Because sponsors like to know they are associated with success. I'm not going to take my money and put it on a horse that has odds that it is going to lose. Now, the West Indies always had potential. We still have the talent. We still have the talent. That was said here today. And I think that once we can get back winning, because Prime Minister Motley said winning is a habit. If you get in the habit of losing, you're going to continue losing too. That's a habit too. So we need to make sure that we instill some pride, some discipline, and get our teams moving. At the same time, we need to make sure that we have the right tools in place, the right people in place to harness the wealth that can come with it through those channels.
Thank you. I think one of the things that we need to focus on is that outside of the CWI setup in Cricket West Indies, there's a lot of benefit for individual countries. And I want to go to Guyana for a bit. And Minister Ramson, I want to talk about the investment that your country makes in terms of hosting world-type events, the CPL and so forth. What effect does that have on your economy in terms of the activity, flying in and out, the performances? You're looking at an increase in terms of hotels, arrivals, transport. What is the economic buzz coming out of those investments from the government?
Yeah, it's been tremendous, and I think a lot of that has been assessed about how governments make decisions for whether they should host international types of activities. We've made that decision as part of President Ali's vision about the future for our country and how we're shaping a different direction for ourselves. But that's on the economic side, which is how do we help to make more money for the country and get money directly into people's pockets? But then on the other side is what it does for the spirit of the nation and the soul of the nation. And that is where I think that all of our interests really lies. I think the extremely important point that you made today is about understanding the facts, which is the point I raised earlier. We need to be apprised of where is the revenue coming from, what's the breakdown of the expenditure, examine the audit reports, etc., and to dive into that really deeply here so that we can do the analysis amongst ourselves, so that we can also be part of forming the solution. In the absence of that, though, we are skirting around some of the major issues in relation to the business of cricket. It is a fundament at the very basic level. It is about how much money it can generate. And without that, we're not going to be in a good position to do that.
Thank you, Minister. And I think just on that, we are going to close here today. I want to thank my esteemed panelists for being a part of today's session. And I want to personally invite you guys to go to Guyana June 2nd. West Indies open the batting, the bowling, to the ICC Men's World T20, and I definitely would love to see you guys there to support us, because I'm telling you what, we're going to be in Barbados for the finals, hoisting that trophy. So definitely I want to say thank you, and I will see you all in Guyana June 2nd for the ICC Men's T20 World Cup.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Shalita, and I can see that you're not only a great moderator, but an excellent marketer, especially for the ICC Men's T20 World Cup. We also want to thank Minister Ramson of Guyana, as well as Dr. Keith Mitchell, former Prime Minister of Grenada, Mr. Peter Griffith, Mr. Charles Pashley, Dr. Kishore Shallow, and Mr. Jason King for participating on the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to inform you that because there is great interest in the presentations of Mr. Pete Russell of the Caribbean Premier League, CEO of CPL, as well as the presentation from Cage Sports, that's Mr. Robert L. Johnson and Mr. Robert B. Washington. They are going to be with us tomorrow morning. It's going to be the first session in the morning here at the conference. So certainly would like to encourage you to be here bright and early. We'll have a question and answer segment, especially for that in the morning as well, and I'm sure that all of you would like to be here for that. Thank you all for being here for the first day of the CARICOM Regional Cricket Conference, Reinvigorating West Indies Cricket. It certainly has been a pleasure having you with us today.